Lulu. La 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 la. Check. Red leather. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yo. La 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 la. Let's roll it in early, y'all. A minute early. That's white people time. Let's go. Welcome, everybody, to the Dreadedconservative show. It's Monday night, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. Happy Pride Month. Pride Month. Pride comes before the downfall and a haughty spirit before destruction, or vice versa. You know the verse. What's up, everybody? It's Pride Month. We got a Pride Month show. We're gonna do some serious Bible thumping tonight, because I hear a lot of these street preachers and the videos and the man on the street videos. I hear a lot of the LGBTQIAAPP++ community saying weird things like Jesus was a transformer, and God made them. We're going to look into all these claims. There's no homosexuality mentioned in the Bible. There's nothing about the T in the LGBT mentioned in the Bible. I disagree, and we're going to look into it tonight. I got lots of Bible thumping. Look at all these dang verses. And we got to do some serious Bible thumping tonight on their heads. This is where you give them the fivefold ministry. This is where you thump them with that thing. So we're gonna do some thumping tonight, and I'm gonna not be the word. We do not allow homophobia in this show, in this chat, in this show. No homophobic people. We don't like them, especially in Pride Month. So we're gonna talk about it. We're not gonna be homophobic at all. We're simply gonna preach the word. We're simply going to go to the scriptures and see what they have to say. And after this show, if they want to ban the Bible, if they want to ban me, then they're just banning the Bible. Bottom line. Because I'm just going to read what it has to say. I said something to somebody on my Facebook recently. They made a post. They said, I'm struggling with life and I'm sick, because this dude for months, every post he makes is, woe is me. I need help. I need a place to stay. I need this. Help me out, people. I don't have any friends on Facebook because every time I make a post, all the people that say they have my back never show up. It's because all you do is beg for help and complain and whine on your Facebook. And finally, and I never responded, but finally he made a post saying, I'm sick and tired of people pushing their religion on me. Every time I make a post, I have somebody in my comments telling me to go to God or read the Bible. And I'm sick and tired of it. Don't put your religion on me. I need better solutions than that. So I simply said in his comments, seems to me like people are trying to give you the solution. People are offering you the solution and you're openly rejecting it and embracing a false identity. Maybe that's why you're suffering, is basically what I said to him. And somebody responded, that's not very Christ-like of you. Christ wouldn't do that if he were real. If Christ were even real, he wouldn't say something like that. And I said, no, if I said what Christ would have said, I would be banned on Facebook. And I'm trying to not get banned on Facebook because I sell stuff on it. So if I gave you the words of Christ, which I'm going to say tonight, I'd probably get banned. So you better watch what you're talking, who you're talking to. And we got the nice, beautiful lady on our shirt, you know. Nice heteronormativity. A woman showing off the booty. That's heteronormativity. What's up, Freddie? So we got some heteronormativity tonight. We got apparently also totally separate from Promise, not Pride Month. Promise, the promise. We'll talk about the promise, what the rainbow really represents. We'll talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, all that stuff later in the show. But before we get to that, apparently there's been a change in some of YouTube's guidelines and terms of service. And apparently, if this is real and it's not a setup and it's not a trick and they're just setting us up so they could get the feds watching us, if it's real, apparently there's been some guideline changes. So we're going to talk about some things regarding the 2020 election. Was it the fairest and freest and safest election in history? Or was there a little bit of shenanigans? We're going to look at it. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to refresh everybody's memories because you can never forget. We can't forget that they shut down the whole world for 2 years during a sniffle virus. We can't forget that an election was affected purposely by the media and by corporations to cause riots and sow division amongst the country to effectively change an election. We'll get into all that. We'll talk about this India train wreck. It's pretty big news. Crazy train wreck. Not going to spend a lot of time on it, but we'll look at it. And then what else? Biden fall down. Biden fall down, go boom. We're going to look at the mental health of our current president. Is he competent to stand up for another 40 years? Not talk or make policies or anything like that. Is he competent to just stand up? Can he walk? Is he going to need a wheelchair for the next 4 years? And then we got some breaking news today. Some Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom. We got some Sonic Boom going on in Washington, a plane crash. We'll talk about that in the breaking news segment right before we go into memes, reels, weird sess stuff. You know, it's Pride Month. We got some weird sess stuff we got to talk about and rapid fire news. And then we'll end with some serious Bible thumping. Look at all this. Look at all that. All that. The Bible doesn't say anything about homosexuality or being an abomination or any of that transformer mess. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to go to the Word. It's a setup. I think it might be a setup too. So we're still going to be careful. We're still going to be careful with the election stuff because you're right. I agree. It may be a setup. It may be a scam. But before we get started, let's play a song. Let's play a song from Tyson James. We got 4 songs tonight. I'm going to get content strikes on all of them. They're going to monetize my streams and they're going to make like 20 cents off of me. But it's okay because I support these artists. And if they can make like a quarter every year off of my channel, then so be it. They can have it. They can have it. All my funding comes from the rest of my life. And viewers like you. We are sponsored by viewers like you. You can back us up with Cashapp, $ Dreadedconservative. You can send a super chat, super. Or you could simply hit that thumbs up button and like the video and subscribe. And if you like it, tell a friend. And if you hate it, tell everybody. If you hate it, tell everybody. Freddie, tell everybody about it. Monday night, kicking the week off right. Let's play this song from Tyson James, and we're going to get going. It's called Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to talk about that too. You ever heard of Sodom and Gomorrah? Have you read the Torah? Let me inform you. I ain't talking about Dora the Explorer. Let's go. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord have mercy. Before we get all that fun action going on, let's talk about this Axios article. Let's talk about this YouTube apparent change in their policy and their terms of service and their misinformation, quote unquote, rabbit ears policy. Let's take a look at this. Tim Pool reported on this. We're reporting on this. We got an article here from Axios. I'm going to put it on the screen and I'm just going to read it. I'm just going to read it, YouTube. I'm just reading this Axios article. Axios is far left from what I've heard. I think all media is far left, but apparently Axios is far left. So, you know, this could be a setup, guys. This could be a setup. We got to be careful. But, you know, I got some stuff I can read from far left organizations like Time Magazine and Reuters and The Hill. We can look at some of this stuff. So, in a reversal of its election integrity policy, YouTube will leave up content that says fraud, errors, or glitches occurred in the 2020 presidential election. So you can't say the election was beep, STOLEN. You can't say that, but you can say, which I'm about to say, that fraud, errors, or glitches occurred. So YouTube, I would just like to say, after a long time, freely, without any fear, hopefully, if this isn't a setup and the feds aren't listening, what up, feds? If the feds aren't listening, I believe that there was a lot of fraud, errors, and glitches involved in the 2020 election. I'm just saying. And even some legal coercion. We'll talk about that a lot, how that's what is often overlooked by the left when you say that there was some shenanigans in the election. They say, that's a lie. You're a liar. And there's no evidence of that. There is evidence. They actually openly admitted to some shenanigans. And we're going to talk about it. Some legal theft. So they legally stole it. That's what I'm saying. Why it matters. YouTube established the policy in December 2020 after enough states had certified the 2020 election results. Now the company said in a statement, leaving the policy in place may have effect of curtailing political speech without meaningfully reducing the risk of violence or other real-world harm. Curtailing, if they keep, whoa, calm down, Cortana. Just calm down, AI. I'm not talking to you, okay? What's it say? It may have the effect of curtailing political speech. Well, no duh. Of course it curtails political speech. Only one side's allowed to claim that Bernie got the election stolen from him. Hillary got the election stolen from her. But one side's not allowed to say anything or question anything regarding elections. That's kind of fishy. It's kind of fishy there, YouTube. So option one, Neil Mohan is based. And we were wrong about Neil Mohan. Option two, Neil Mohan is a dang globalist controlled opposition who's just trying to seem based, but he's not actually based. And this is all set up, and the feds are listening right now. Could be that. Somebody nerfed the election. Yes, in gamer language, our election was nerfed. We had the election nerfed, yes. This year, we need the election buffed, a.k.a. fortifications on our elections. But it doesn't seem to be happening. A little bit throughout across the country, but not a whole lot of fortifying of the elections going on from what I've seen, which tells me I'm not so confident that we gonna do this in 2024. I hope so. We're gonna stay hopeful, but I don't trust the system. They're saying Biden is fit to be in office for the next 4 years. I don't trust that system. What the? Anyway, let's read a little more of this. Hold on one second. Just so it's on the screen. 2 years, tens of thousands of video removals. And one election cycle later, we recognized it was time to reevaluate the effects of this policy in today's changed landscape, YouTube said in a statement. It also could be maybe they think that, I heard somebody say, in the 2000, we're going to talk about 2000 Mules because I never talked about 2000 Mules. I've actually never watched 2000 Mules, but I watched about 15 minutes of it the other day. I took a little clip from it just to refresh our memory on what happened in the election. And in that video, I believe it's Dennis Prager, not in the clip I have, but in the beginning of 2000 Mules, which I'm going to watch because of this new policy. We're going to test it out. Next time I do a Zelda stream, we're going to watch 2000 Mules on stream. So check out the gaming streams for that. They're fun. But what was I saying? What was I just saying? Oh, Dennis Prager. He said any Republican who was claiming that the election was stolen was shunned and cast aside and was not going to win. So we decided to be united and say, okay, we got to stop talking about this. We got to stop talking about this if we want to win, because as soon as you say something like Kari Lake, as soon as you say something like the election was stolen in 2020, when you're running for government, you're going to lose. And that was kind of shown to be true. So maybe what YouTube is doing is they think that this is the wrong kind of speech, but they're being a little more to the right, a little more to the center, classically liberal, in saying that the best way to combat dangerous speech is with better speech, right? That's always the free speech. The First Amendment argument is, instead of banning speech we don't like, we need to combat it with better speech and let the people listen, and the people are going to hear the truth, and they're going to know the truth when they hear it. Hopefully that's the plan. And so maybe maybe YouTube, Neil Mohan is more classically liberal, more about free speech, kind of like Elon. And he believes if people start talking about this again, they're just going to look like idiots and nobody's going to listen to them. And maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. Maybe this makes me look stupid. But who cares? We're going to talk about it. No fraud, errors, or glitches occurred, said Frederica L.A. False, my boy. False. I'm about to prove it to you. All right. With that in mind, and with the 2024 campaigns well underway, we will stop removing content that advances false claims that widespread fraud, error, or glitches occurred in the 2020 and other past U.S. presidential elections. Yes, but asked how YouTube was specifically able to make that determination as a spokesman pointed Axios to their statement. YouTube said it is carefully deliberating this change, but didn't provide further examples of what factors or instances it considered when weighing its decision. The platform said it will provide more details about its approach to the 2024 election in months to come. So there's not actually a new change to TOS yet. So I think they are trying to get a lot of people with this. But we're going to be careful. I never said the election was stolen. Except for the 2016 election was stolen from Hillary, and Bernie had the election stolen by Hillary. So I'm allowed to say that. But I do think there was a little bit of errors and glitches and a little bit of mass mind control. They MK Ultra'd the population with the COVID stuff and the riots and the mail-in ballots affected it. We'll talk about it all in a second. So the policy has not officially been changed yet, so be careful out there, content creators. You claiming someone nerfed the election? They nerfed it. They nerfed it. Yep. They nerfed it. So the big pictures, media companies and tech platforms are wrestling with how to balance curbing misinformation with freedom of speech ahead of the 2024 election. Finding the right balance has so far proven difficult. Former President Donald Trump and other elected officials have made election denialism a key tenet of their political platforms ahead of the 2024 election. So that's what Axios, the article, is saying. There's not actually been an official change to terms of service yet, so we're still going to be careful. But we're still going to keep it fresh in your memory what happened with some left-leaning articles. We're going to read what they had to say. But first, let me play this clip from 2,000 Mules from Dinesh D'Souza. Maybe I shouldn't actually play this on stream for a couple months until they actually change the TOS. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I won't play 2,000 Mules on stream. I don't know about that, but I will play this clip from it. And this documentary has been largely discredited. We're going to disavow it for the sake of the channel, but we're still going to play this little clip. And it's mostly just, it's the intro. It's a collection of news clips from multiple news organizations. And we're going to take a look at, hold on one second. What do we, this right here. Let's go. Let's play this clip. Clip one.
Without elections, there would be no way for the American people, for us, to exercise our legitimate sway on the future direction of this country.
2020 election night. You guys remember 2020 election night? I was not streaming. I was close to getting started with the stream at that point. I wanted to do a live stream of my reactions, but I couldn't. I only had a cheap laptop, and there was just no way to get the stream going and be able to watch it on the computer at the same time. This year, or this 2024 election, will definitely be live streaming, watching it, and reacting. But anyway, I was up till 4 in the morning. You guys remember? Late at night. And they said, we're going to stop counting. We're having a lot of issues here. A lot of late ballots just rolling in from out of nowhere. We're going to have to stop counting in all these major swing states, battleground states. We got to stop counting. No more counting. And then I said, well, it's 4 a.m. I'm tired in a mug. Let's go to bed. Woke up like 9 a.m. Woke up like 9 a.m. Biden won? Biden just won like that. He won. Biden's the winner. Next morning, woke up, Biden's the winner. Wait, I thought they stopped counting. What time did they start counting again? What the? Ew. No, there's something wrong with that. Let's watch.
Closed in half the country, and we are getting some interesting results coming in from those battleground states.
If you're a Republican, you say, wow. If you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh.
Do you see
wow.
Donald Trump is now starting to widen his
wow.
lead? President Trump now with 54% of the vote.
The president right now has the lead in the Keystone State. We're going to have a great night, and we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
Everybody seemed pretty confident going to bed that night. Looked like Trump was ahead.
2020 election haunts the American mind.
Here's where it gets really bizarre. At Fulton County, most populous county, it is Atlanta.
Remember these numbers? There was videos of some of these numbers. Trump would all of a sudden lose a bunch of votes and Biden would jump up votes. Anybody remember that? That happened. Oh, that happens for sure. You could say it was just the effect guys, the visual guys at CNN's. Well, they made a mistake. Their counter was wrong. But all of a sudden, Trump lost votes and Biden gained votes. It's kind of weird. Maybe a glitch. Maybe it was just a glitch.
They just stopped counting.
Nevada, meanwhile, has stopped counting votes.
They've all stopped counting for the night.
All right, welcome back. This is CNN special live coverage, 10:31 a.m.
Next
on the
morning.
East Coast. Why am I giving you the time? Well, if you manage
10:30 a.m. on the East Coast is, wait, are they earlier? Okay, noon. Maybe I woke up at like 1. I was drinking a lot of beer back then, so I probably woke up more like 1 in the afternoon. Because my time, all I know is when I woke up, Biden was the winner. Crazy.
to sleep last night, things changed. You may have gone to bed thinking this election was headed one way.
Yeah.
And then you woke up and you saw
I did.
things were different.
Also overnight, Joe Biden pulled ahead in the state of Georgia.
He pulled ahead.
Takes the lead in Pennsylvania.
Okay, we have an announcement to make.
Joe Biden has run for president 3 times, and the 3rd time
What?
has turned out to be the charm.
3rd time's the charm, Joey. He got his mask on and everything. There's a little clip from 2,000 Mules for you. Maybe I won't play it in the stream because based off when you read that full Axios article and don't just listen to what Tim Pool said, it actually says the policy has not been changed yet, but they're considering it with this torrid political landscape leading up to 2024. You can't be affecting elections because turns out Twitter was doing that. Remember the Twitter files, the Twitter leaks or whatever the heck they called them? Basically. And then they got to go stand up in front of Congress. They got to explain themselves for why they affected an election. So 2,000 Mules talks about basically these mules who would carry ballots. But turns out that was not illegal. Ballot harvesting is a tool that the Democrats used, and that is not illegal. They just do. It's dirty. It's grimy, but they're using the system to their advantage. Basically, the way it works is when there's mail-in ballots, sometimes people sign up to get mail-in ballots, right, in the past. And if you don't change that later, the next year, you're still going to get a mail-in ballot. Well, imagine if something happened, right, where they were trying to discourage people from going to the post office, where they're trying to discourage people from going out into public. They're trying to discourage people from standing in long lines. Unless it's to get a certain shot, you can stand in a long line with a bunch of sick people in that case. But you can't stand in that long line to vote. They don't want you going outside because you might get the sniffles. Imagine if something like that happened and they said, let's just mail everybody a ballot. Let's just send ballots to everybody. Right? Imagine if something like this happened. Now, a lot of people really aren't that interested in voting. Maybe they're registered for one reason or another, but they're not really that interested in voting. And they get ballots into their house. Maybe you have a family where it's a mother and a father, and they have 3 children. And all these children are 18 years and older, but they're still living at home. Or maybe they were living at home, but they've moved over the last year, and they haven't changed their address and the voting registration, so on and so forth. What's going to happen? 5 ballots are going to go to that house. Now, a lot of people are going to take those ballots and throw them away. A lot of times that's going to be junk mail. Some situations, one person is going to take all those ballots and fill them out for the family, probably the mother, probably not the father, I would guess, and send them in. Or in some instances, they just sit on a shelf somewhere and they never get filled out. So ballot harvesting is when you hire people to canvass. All these people know where all the registered Democrats live, and they go to those addresses and they say, hey, we see that you haven't voted yet. We sent you 4 ballots. Can you just Do you have the ballots? No, we threw them away. Oh, well, we have 4 replacement ballots right here for you. How convenient. Can you fill these out for us right now? Maybe we could help you. Here, well we're going to recommend that you maybe, we'll give you a free bottle of water or something if you pick this Democrat right here. Pick these blue ones. You're registered Democrat. Just hit all blue. Just hit that all blue real quick. Just hit that all left real quick, that check mark right there, and then put it in the envelope and hand it to me. And then these ballot harvesters can take up to 8 ballots at a time. It's different in different places, but I've heard up to 8 ballots at a time, and they can put them in a mailbox. Well, there was apparently groups that were paying these ballot harvesters $10 a ballot to do this, and that's what the documentary 2,000 Mules is about. The problem is that's not actually illegal. That's legal in a lot of places. Some states, ballot harvesting is illegal, but most of the blue states, places like New York and California, ballot harvesting is legal. So this is what they would do. People would just go door to door, collecting all the ballots that people didn't fill out. This could explain why Joe Biden somehow got more votes than the first black president ever. One of the most popular presidents ever, the first black president, brought people out who had never voted before. Joe Biden somehow beat Obama. How could that possibly have happened? Well, it's very simple. They did mail-in ballots. They sent mail-in ballots to everybody. Then Democrats sent ballot harvesters around to collect all the ballots. That's legal. That's not fraudulent. That's not a glitch. That's not an error. But that's not it either. It's not just that. It's not just that. Let's read this article from Time Magazine. Let's read this article from Time Magazine. This was put out in November. Where'd the date go? February 4th of 2021. So about a year after the election, after everything had calmed down, everything was starting to simmer down, and we accepted our fate. We were watching the economy decline. Gas prices were skyrocketing, and we're all like, "Ooh, we got Biden, though. At least we don't got the mean tweets no more. Yeah, let's go." Let's read this article from Time Magazine where they bold-faced confess to affecting the election using social media and riots in 2020 from Time Magazine. You can't make this stuff up, guys. They're just going to come out and admit it to you. Time. Excuse me. I just breathed in some liquid in my throat. Down the wrong throat. Hold on. Let's see what chat's saying. Chat ain't saying nothing. Oh. Freddie's the only one in chat. Anyway, let's read this article. I might have read this on the show before, but I think this article is very important. The history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. The history of the shadow campaign. There was a shadow campaign. That's what Time Magazine said. I didn't say it. A shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. A weird thing happened right after the November 3rd election. Nothing. The nation was braced for chaos. Liberal groups had vowed to take to the streets, planning hundreds of protests across the country. Right-wing militias were girding for battle. In a poll before Election Day, 75% of Americans voiced concern about violence. There was going to be violence? 75% of Americans were afraid of violence on Election Day. Instead, an eerie quiet descended. As President Trump refused to concede, the response was not mass action, but crickets. When media organizations called the race for Joe Biden on November 7th, jubilation broke out instead as people thronged cities across the U.S. to celebrate the democratic process that resulted in Trump's ouster. It says ouster. I don't know what's right. The second odd thing happened amid Trump's attempts to reverse the results. Corporate America turned on him. Hundreds of major business leaders, many of whom had backed Trump's candidacy and supported his policies, called on him to concede. The president somewhat felt amiss. It was all very, very strange, Trump said on December 2nd. Within days after the election, we witnessed an orchestrated effort to anoint the winner, even while many key states were still being counted. So Trump was concerned. Trump's like, wait, what's going on here? How come all my backers are telling me to concede and everybody's just backing down? Everybody's just backing down, almost like a concerted effort, almost like they were all working together. Interesting. There was a conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes, one that curtailed the protests and coordinated the resistance from CEOs. Both surprises were the result of an informal alliance between left-wing activists and business titans. So oligarchs Is that the right word for the big corporations, the big tech, the big media, these elites, rich people who run things, and left-wing activists were working together? That's interesting. The fact was formalized in a terse, little-noticed joint statement of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and AFL-CIO published on Election Day. Both sides would come to see it as a sort of implicit bargain, inspired by the summer's massive, sometimes destructive racial justice protests, in which the forces of labor came together with the forces of capital to keep the peace and oppose Trump's assault on democracy. So corporations, media, left-wing activists, and protests were all used together to oust Trump. This article is just admitting to all this stuff. This isn't me. This isn't conjecture. This is what this article from Time magazine that came out a year after the election is admitting to. The handshake between business and labor was just one component of a vast cross-partisan campaign to protect the election. Protect the election. In other words, a vast, extraordinary... Oh, we're frozen up. We're frozen up. Are we still streaming? Yeah, it's just OBS is messing up. A vast campaign. Why is this frozen? We're frozen on OBS. Let me know. Let me see. Oh, we're frozen on both. Check. You guys hear me? What's happening? Hold on, I'm frozen, guys. 1 second. Whoa, that's creepy. That's a creepy face that froze me on. Are we live? Somebody let me know. Is it frozen for you guys, or am I moving? Check. You can hear me, but the video's frozen, huh? That's creepy. Do you see me changing? It's going to be a couple seconds for you, but do you see me changing scenes? You should see that. This is my OBS. Check. Huh, it's just my video. It's just my video that's frozen. What the heck? We might have to go to... We might have to go to... Oh, man, I'm all off my game now. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. We got technical issues. Anyway, they're basically saying the shadow campaign worked together to get the election affected. And Time magazine just openly admits to it. So, for Trump and his allies, we're running that mail ballots were a Democrat plot. Of course they were. The election would be rigged, said Trump. I mean, it was. His hisman at the state level sought to... So the article just sits and admits that they rigged the election, and they affected the election using protests, using media, using big companies, even some that backed Trump. And then the article says Trump was crazy because he thought they were rigging the election, when they literally admit to it throughout the whole election. And I was going to talk about... Hold on one. Let's see. Let me see something. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Chat. Oh, we back. We back. All right. Let's finish up with this article. Let me just go through this a little more. Thank you, Jeff Hewitt, for letting me know what was up. That was not YouTube, I don't think. That was OBS. But OBS is streaming. Anyway, the democracy campaigners watched with alarm. Every week we felt like we were in a struggle to try to pull off this election without the country going through a dangerous moment of unraveling, says former GOP representative Zach Wamp, a Trump supporter who helped coordinate a bipartisan election protection council. We can look back and say this thing went pretty well, but it was not all clear in September and October that it was going to be the case. So even Republicans were working on this. This is the inside story of the conspiracy to save the 2020 election, based on access to the group's inner workings, never before seen documents, and interviews with dozens of those involved from across the political spectrum. It is the story of an unprecedented, creative, and determined campaign whose success also reveals how close the nation came to disaster. So basically, they did this giant campaign to save the election, which I would argue, even whether you're saving the election or hurting the election, you are affecting the election. And I think that should be illegal when media and big tech and big CEOs and government and both sides are working together to affect the outcome of election, whether negatively or positively, in their opinion. That's subjective. Of course, the Democrats and the feminist, liberal-minded, feminine-minded people are going to think that they're saving the election. I think they harmed the election. So that's subjective. Either way, they affected the election, and they're not supposed to be doing that. So, and it's all admitted to. Time magazine is a big magazine, and they talked about it openly. So then Dinesh D'Souza came out with the 2,000 mule things. We talked about the ballot harvesting. We have a fact check from Reuters here. Just for the sake of the channel, we're going to read the fact check. Fact check. Does 2,000 mules provide evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 U.S. presidential election? A documentary directed by conservative commentator Dinesh D'Souza claims it can prove widespread fraud was carried out. This is from Reuters, by the way, YouTube. Presidential election in the United States. Reuters fact-checked, examined the main claims presented in the film, and did not find any concrete evidence definitively showing proof of fraud. That's right, because like I said, ballot harvesting was not fraud. They were allowed to bring, in some places, up to 8 ballots to a mailbox. And they were doing it right in front of our face. It was just legal. It's grimy, but it's legal. And the only way we're going to beat them is by playing the same game as them if we're not going to fortify our elections and stop this mail-in ballot stuff. It's going to be interesting to see if they do that mail-in ballot thing. I feel like it's part of our institution now. Like it's just going to be basic. They're going to mail out ballots forever now. What do you guys think? Do you think that, have you seen anything to change that from happening? Put into law, codified into law? Have you seen anything from any cities or states across the nation? I feel like Georgia did some election stuff to tighten up their elections, but have you seen anything that says that we're going to stop the mail-in ballots? I haven't seen anything about that. Let me know if you've seen it, but I feel like it's just going to be the norm. It's going to be what they do from now on. So if that's the case, then the only way we're going to win is by ballot harvesting, just like the Democrats do, which means we're going to have to legalize it in red cities. Red cities. A red city is like Provo, Utah. All the big cities are blue cities, and they're going to allow ballot harvesting. So I guess red states, the Oklahomas and the Floridas and the Utahs. We got to have ballot harvesting across the whole state. And then the problem is, again, red people, Republicans, are more likely to live in areas that are more sparse, what they call flyover country, where you got a house every 300 acres. So the canvassers are going to spend all day knocking on 10 doors. Whereas in Democrat cities, the canvassers in a day are going to knock on 1,000 doors. And this is a problem. So this is a problem. We have to address it. And that's just the Reuters fact check. And then again, with the media, with the social media, which is good to see if YouTube is serious about this. It's good to see that. And then Elon on Twitter, pushing free speech and letting people talk about these things is important. But it is interesting. You got the Mockingbird media. I'm going to play this clip real quick, and then we're going to talk about it for a second. This is the Mockingbird media. Have you ever heard of the Mockingbird media?
Listen. I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
The Mockingbird media.
Without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Now, that's a clip. That's just for me to showcase this Mockingbird media and how these media networks, these huge mass media networks, they're all reading off a script, and they will use this. And now it's more social media than just your local news, because people aren't watching TV as much, but it's more done through social media and the algorithms adjusting what people see and controlling what people see and controlling what people hear. And this is why you'll have things like Vaseline supporters will be like, well, all the data shows that it's safe and effective. Well, that's all the data that they let you see. You have to like go out of your way to find the data that opposes it. And if you do, you'll find a lot of it, and you'll find out that it's being buried. Why is that? It's because the Mockingbird media wants to control the narrative. He who controls the narrative controls something. What's that expression? How's that expression go? What's up, Stubber One? What's up, man? How's that expression go? But I do want to say, in case we get like any liberals who come to the channel and say, do you realize that you just played a Mockingbird media, blah, 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 blah. Let me explain the background on that clip. That clip was put out by a channel called Deadspin, and it went kind of viral. The channel's not that big. I think he has like 13,000 subscribers. And I don't actually know his intentions behind that clip, but I watched another video that broke down this clip and the story behind it, the one that I just played. And turns out all of these media groups from that clip are ran by a group called Sinclair Media. Sinclair Media was a financial backer for Trump. Now, we just talked about how some of Trump's media connections and financial media backing connections in that Time article turned on him right at the right time. Right when it needed to happen, they turned on him, but they pretended to have his back. And anyway, the video about this clip that I watched, basically this video was used as an attack on Trump because Trump was talking about the fake news media. So they said, Trump's always talking about the fake news media. We got this Sinclair group, which is doing Mockingbird media techniques where they're all reading off this script about fake news while Trump is talking about fake news. This must be a concerted effort on Trump and his financial backers' behalf to discredit the media by putting out this Mockingbird media clip. But here's the thing. This is nothing new. Just because he made that one clip, you can find other clips of similar events where they're talking just like that. And it's not always Sinclair. There are other media groups that do the same sort of thing. And this has been happening for a long time. And it turns out Trump is not the one who coined the term fake news. Do you know who was the first person to coin the term fake news? It was Hillary Clinton. So maybe it's neither the Democrats or the Republicans behind the fake news media. It's the fake news media behind the fake news media. And some politicians go with it and some politicians go against it. Or they'll go with it when it benefits them, and they'll go against it when it doesn't benefit them. Because Hillary was talking about the fake news media because they were talking about her and some uranium. Her and uranium. I don't know the whole story. But anyway, she was doing some stuff and they reported on it. And then she said, that's fake news. That's fake news. So they like the media when it has their back. They don't like the media when it doesn't have their back. And it's kind of interesting that even if Trump was getting backed by this Sinclair guy, he was still calling out the fake news media, and he still got turned on. And what's what's the word I'm looking for? Not deceived, but he was deceived, and he was they turned on him. They turned on our boy. So, because he kept talking bad about him. And it was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. They control you with the media. They control the narrative. They started these riots for stupid reasons all over the country. We were just hit with innocent black person killed, innocent black person killed, innocent black person killed, back to back to back to back. People actually now, there are black people who are funded by the Democratic Party who go on these Twitter spaces and they say that 30% of young black men are killed by cops. 30%. That's crazy. That's crazy. And these are people who get paid by the DNC. So, just putting it out there. They're controlling our minds. If we don't do something to completely revamp and fortify the elections, then we're going to have a repeat of 2020 and 2024. It's going to be sad. It's going to be sad. I wouldn't even bet against Biden. I would bet against DeSantis. DeSantis ain't beating Trump. But I wouldn't bet against Biden beating Trump. Just because I don't trust the system. I don't trust it. So, and then I got a couple more articles talking about how, just with the Mockingbird media, with things like that. We've been on this topic for a while, so we're going to get off it here. But the Chattanooga Times Free Press, 1 in 6 Biden voters would have changed their minds if they had known the full story. And this has to do with the social media, the big tech and the social media restricting information from getting out. Things like the Hunter Biden laptop and things like, the big guy and Hunter Biden being a shell corp for Joe in Russia and Ukraine and China and, probably involved with Epstein Island. We're never going to find out about that, apparently. Underage prostitutes from Asia. He likes some yellow. That's what he said in his text, not me. I didn't say that. But yeah, so if voters would have known, it probably would have affected the election. We got the Hill. No, I'm sorry, Daily Mail. If only we'd known, 3/4 of survey respondents said voters lacked critical information about Hunter Biden's laptop during the 2020 elections, and half would have voted differently. Respondents say FBI misled the public by urging social media firms to censor. Half would have voted differently had they known. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, huh? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Maybe just pay attention, because anybody who was actually paying attention knew about the laptop. But if you posted about it, you'd have a bunch of dumb liberals saying, "Oh, it's stupid. That's stupid. Ban him. Report him. Ban him because he's talking about the laptop. We can't have Biden not get elected so we can just watch our country be destroyed." Half would have voted differently. 71% say the 2020 Biden-Trump election would have played out differently. Survey comes as Elon Musk brands Twitter a crime scene of censorship. Republicans are set to probe Hunter Biden when they run the House in January. So this is from Daily Mail. But yeah, that's about it. I think I've pushed my luck enough with this election stuff, but it is going to be interesting to see what happens in 2024. But let's move on. Let's move on to the next story. We're going to talk about this India train wreck. I know a lot of people don't like hearing about global news because they're like, we got enough mess in America right now. But this is a crazy story. We got a giant train wreck in India. Not like the Ohio train. The Ohio train wreck was different because it had a bunch of chemicals on it and it exploded into what looked like a mushroom. It looked kind of like a nuclear explosion. It's interesting how chemical explosions look just like nuclear explosions, mushroom clouds. It's interesting. You can get the same exact cloud from a chemical fire or a chemical explosion as you get from a supposed nuclear weapon. That's just interesting. Just throwing it out there. But anyway, that was not the case in this. This was a passenger train. And apparently there was a switchboard malfunction. Dang old malfunction on the switchboard. And a passenger train was coming. And there was a stopped like freighter train or something. And the passenger train hit the stopped train. Got derailed onto some other tracks. And then another passenger train came and slammed into that train. I've seen numbers ranging from 275, 288, 300 dead. And as many as 1,000 people injured. This is crazy. And it was in Bahanaga. What up, Bahanaga? Bahanaga, India. CNN says authorities investigating one of the deadliest train crashes in India's history were examining whether a signal failure led to the disaster. As rescue workers finished their search for survivors, and overturned train cars were cleared from the tracks on Sunday. Less than 48 hours after the devastating crash in eastern Odisha state, which left at least 275 dead and more than 1,000 injured. Officials were rushing to resume rail services. We got to get the trains running, guys. That's the most important thing. Get these bodies out of here. That's how India works. India ain't playing around. We don't have time for this. We must get the train running. Hurry. Right now. In a Slurpee. That was bad. That was a bad India joke. Okay. Scores of workers toiling away in the heat over 95 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know why that's important. To get the tracks back online. With the rail route still blocked, family members of deceased passengers had to find their way by other means to claim their loved ones. At the site of the wreck, in the midst of farm fields belonging to many people who were on board the passenger trains when they collided with a freight train, were still strewn across the ground. Suitcases, bags, shoes, and personal items lined the tracks. Crushed rail carriages were rolled in a ditch, some lying on their side. This guy was playing football. We found a lot of screaming and crying sounds. The carriages were so badly turned and crashed that nobody was capable of getting out, Bahara said, adding that he pulled 28 people alive from the carriages, as well as countless who had died. Many of the bodies were still unidentified on Sunday. In a sign of the chaos at the site, the death toll was revised down from at least 288. Okay, so I read 288. I think I have another article that says 288. This 275 number is more recent and more official from CNN, apparently. Some of the bodies in the scene have been counted twice. Yeah, there's like a torso and then a legs. You count it twice, and then like, oh, these two go together. So that's just one. That's morbidly funny. It's funny. It's not funny, but it's morbidly funny that they counted like somebody's legs and then they counted like a torso. Anyway, let's move on. A survivor of the disaster, Anshuman Purohit, described a scene of horror. Train carriages stacked on top of each other, 2 or 3 stories high. Passengers crushed by the wreckage, blood everywhere. So this is a crazy story. Some crazy goings on. I have a video. We're going to watch this little video. I meant to make a clip yesterday while I was fishing, and I made all my clips. But for some reason, the video that I had of this train crash didn't save. So we're just going to watch a quick little YouTube news story. Just a report from Reuters on YouTube. Let's take a look at this video. It's a minute long.
In the broad daylight of Saturday, the carnage from what is believed to be India's worst train disaster in at least 2.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here's the freighter, it looks like. This looks like the freighter right here. And it was on a track. And it was just, I guess it wasn't supposed to be there, or they said there was a signal problem. So maybe the tracks were supposed to turn and they were supposed to go over to the next track over, but there was a signal problem. Maybe the switch didn't work, the tracks didn't switch, and it crashed into the freighter. It got derailed and went onto another track, and an oncoming passenger train. So 2 passenger trains, just total destruction.
2 decades is now plain to see.
Look at all the cars back
Hundreds killed, hundreds more injured, and involving 3 trains.
Warning, graphic
Body
content.
bags line the railway, and the death toll is expected to keep rising. Rescuers worked through the night, deploying hundreds of ambulances and doctors to the city of Balasore in the state of Odisha. Local residents are also jumping in. Ganesh is one of them. He says he was in a market Friday evening when he heard a loud bang.
Is this the guy we were just reading about?
Saw the trains had collided, he rushed to pull out as many people as he could. At a hospital, hundreds have lined up to give blood donations. This volunteer, named Samarandan Das, says there's no greater joy than to help save someone's life with a donation. The incident happened at about 7 o'clock p.m. on Friday when a passenger train, the Howrah Superfast Express, derailed and hit another, the Coromandel Express. One of those then hit a freight train that was parked nearby. It's not immediately clear what caused.
So that's kind of different than the other story that I read. What they said that the passenger trains collided and derailed and hit the freight chain. That's not what I read in another story.
To the incident, but the country's railway minister who visited the site says the immediate focus remains on rescue efforts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
See that story? We're going to talk about that story later.
The state of Odisha has declared a day of mourning.
All right. So that's wild. India train accident. Modi vows punishments over deadly Odisha crash. I guess Modi is like the ruler there or whatever I don't know if they have a president or what. People found guilty over a deadly rail accident in eastern India will be punished stringently, the country's prime minister, Narendra Modi, has said. So Narendra Modi is the prime minister of India. At least 288 people were killed and more than 800 injured in Friday's incident. Rescue efforts have concluded with officials saying all trapped and injured passengers have been retrieved. Mr. Modi has visited the scene, labeling the incident a painful one. He also met victims of the disaster in a hospital and vowed that his government would leave no stone unturned for the treatment of those injured. We will leave no stone unturned for the treatment of those injured. It is still not clear what caused the multi-train collision in Balasore district, which has been described as India's worst rail accident in history. The accident was a result of signal failure, said K.S. Anand, Chief Public Relations Officer of the Southeastern Railway. Some 2,000 passengers are thought to have been on board the two passenger trains involved. So, crazy story coming out of India. Look for updates on that. See if there was any foul play. Doesn't seem like it. It's India. We got messed up infrastructure here, but something tells me their infrastructure might be a little worse. So, but God rest their soul. God rest their soul. Hopefully, anyway, enough of that India stuff. Crazy story though. Let's move on. Next story of the night. Not going to spend too much time on this, but we will watch a little clip. Andrew Tate news. Andrew Tate's done his first big interview since being released from the Romanian jail where he was being held. And BBC did the interview first. A guy from Vice came out to do an interview, and Andrew Tate left him outside of the gates of his house and didn't let him in just to screw him over because Vice had previously done a hit piece interview with Andrew Tate. A lot of people have been questioning why he would do this, especially when he has an open criminal case against him right now for rape and sexual trafficking and things like that. So, hold on one second. Let me switch. I don't know why it switches me to top chat. Okay, that's better. So, let's look at this. This is the article. So, BBC did the interview. Actually, do I have any clips before we move on? No. BBC did the interview. And then Andrew Tate also recorded the interview himself with his own equipment, and then he released the full clip. BBC has been putting out edited little segments, and the video has been removed in some countries. They took it down, and they're getting a lot of backlash for platforming this evil misogynist man. Let's read this article that BBC put out about this interview. We watched the full interview in one of the gaming streams the other night. It's like episode 12 of the Legend of Zelda stream, of the Tears of the Kingdom stream. We watched the full thing, so you guys can catch that. But I got a clip I'll play if you've missed it. Andrew Tate, BBC interview. Influencer challenged on misogyny and rape allegations. Andrew Tate has denied fueling a culture of misogyny and defended his reputation in a combative interview with the BBC. When the BBC put a range of allegations to him, including specific accusations of rape, human trafficking, and exploiting women, for which he was being investigated by Romanian prosecutors, he dismissed them. When pushed on whether his controversial views of women harmed young people, the influencer claimed he was a force for good and he was acting under the instruction of God to do good things. And you know what? For the most part, I think I kind of agree with that. He says some things I don't agree with and some things I don't like, but the Tate brothers are actually, they're withdrawing, they're disavowing the red pill movement. Because I think the red pill movement is a bunch of betas. Okay. These guys, these high value guys, we've talked about it before. These high value guys, everything's about, I got to make the most money and sleep with the most women. And I'm not a fan of all that stuff. They say some base things sometimes, but a lot of it is just, it's not Christian. Sometimes they'll have Christian red pillars on, and those guys are all right. But for the most part, I also disavow the red pill community. Hey, Dean, do you know what BBC means? Oh, Lord. Don't ask Dean that. Who needs money? Everybody needs money. Let's play this clip, though, from this interview of Andrew Tate.
You have said on the website for your original website,
this
the
is
Hustlers
the BBC
University,
interview.
that
Just a clip from it.
you emotionally manipulated women to fall in love with you so that you could get them working in the sex industry for your financial gain.
As I said, I have to be very careful with what I say, but let's put it this way. No women are coming out against me and accusing me of doing it.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Who?
There's testimony from the current investigation.
The current investigation, which I cannot discuss, which I know intimately and you don't, I can tell you right now that the
Oh, you mean the investigation that I'm going to court for, and I know a lot more about it than you do, BBC?
women who are in this case file, there are 2 American women who have been caught already admitting they're lying.
Tate needs money. Tate's like rich.
We're not victims of anything. Andrew's fine. He's never hurt us. You're saying, no, I have the opposite to that. I have to counter that. I have someone called Sophie with no face, a fake name.
You think BBC paid him for this interview?
Who we've invented, and she's not accusing you of anything criminal. So I don't see the whole point you're trying to make here.
You say you manipulate women. They say you manipulate women. Why wouldn't people think you do?
I'm not here. Do you think I'm manipulating you?
I'm asking you about the testimony.
With the Vice interviewer, he said, you have to bring me a box of chocolates and apologize to me. And the guy apologized over the phone. They got there, and he's like, I'm not. They said, give me one of his like assistants or something, or his friend went to the gate and said, give me the box of chocolates. I'll take it into Andrew, and then he'll let you come in and talk to you. And the Vice guy's like, I'm not giving you the chocolates because you'll close the gate and you won't let me in. I'm not. If he wants the chocolates, he's got to come out here and get the chocolates. And Tate was like, no, I'm not. He needs to give them to you, and then I'll consider letting him in. And the dude never gave him the chocolates, so Andrew never let him in the gates. He sat outside the gates for like 2 hours. You really think BBC paid for this interview? I don't know. I don't know for a fact, but that seems wrong. Did BBC pay for Andrew Tate interview? I have an article about it. I don't think they paid for the interview. Does BBC pay for interviews? For interviews. Yeah, I think you're just wrong, Freddie. I don't think you know what you're talking about, as usual. In general, they don't pay. When they do, not well. 10 to 100 euros. Typically would be 30 to 50, but most guests do TV interviews get paid. Yeah, I think you're wrong. Yep. Who gets paid for? We don't. From BBC, we don't pay for stories or interviews regardless of who is the source. Yeah, so you're an idiot, Freddie. Sorry.
Website and the testimony
you've printed something off that you found on Reddit, and you're going to sit here and say that makes me a bad person.
You're wrong.
I'm saying that you should know better
as usual
and do some proper journalism.
You should probably do some proper journalism, Freddie, and think before you speak or like look something up. Why would the BBC pay Andrew Tate for an interview when they hate him and they're going to make a hit piece about him and they're going to paint him as an evildoer? They're actually under a lot of heat just for giving him this interview, much less if they paid him for it. I'm about to read you an article from another site. Other leftist sites are doing hit pieces on the BBC now just for giving him a spotlight, even though they're removing the videos and they're coming in. BBC's coming under attack from every angle for this. And you think that all these people attacking BBC wouldn't be saying, and you paid him for it? But they're not saying that. You know why? Because they don't pay for interviews. In fact, they have to pay for their plane ticket to go out there. This, which we're about to show in an article, they said they gave him a VIP room to do the interview. This is in his house. This is in Andrew Tate's house, which you can watch videos of him at his house, and you can see that this is his house. This is like his living room or his office area.
I really think that it's genuinely sad that when the BBC has a chance to finally interview me at the end of all this Matrix attack, That they don't come
At the
here
end
with
of all
any
this
genuine
Matrix
openness
attack,
to
I
try
love
and
it.
understand my influence over the world, or the things I push, or what I'm trying to teach the world, or why I'm a good influence on the world, because I am a massively good influence. Instead, they come here with pieces of paper, with printed out excerpts
from Reddit,
5-year-old podcasts, taken out of context, to attempt the same.
They found a typed up quote on Reddit
on me, which has been attempted endlessly. Every single person in legacy media has already tried this, and it doesn't work. That's not true.
Making controversial statements like this online has made you a lot of money.
Okay, so first,
maybe
I genuinely am a force.
Is there a problem with that?
You may not understand that yet, but you will eventually.
That's called monetization of polarization, and there's nothing wrong with that. If it works, it works. And also, you can also be a force for good, and you say a lot of good things, like the Tate brothers do say a lot of good things, and every now and then you say something kind of radical and something kind of crazy for the monetization of polarization. You got to be a little outrageous if you're doing these shows. It's more entertaining. You can't just be boring and just be like, and droll on about, you can't just thump the Bible all day. You got to, have a little fun in there if you want to make an entertaining show, which is what the Tates do. And if you're doing long 5-hour streams frequently, of course, people can go through and snip one sentence of something you said and then put it on social media, put it on TikTok, and then clip it up a little bit and make you look like a crazy person. Of course that can happen. And if BBC is denying it, they're being disingenuous because they do it themselves.
And I genuinely believe I'm acting under the instruction of God to do good things, and I want to make the world a better place. I genuinely believe my legacy is a good legacy, and I believe that eventually when the legacy media catches up, they're going to understand I'm a good, positive influence. I'm not interested in damaging the world for money, because if I was interested in damaging the world for money, I could have sold drugs, or I could make rap music and encourage everyone to stab each other like all the drill artists do.
Or you can make controversial statements online that attract a lot of followers who you then direct to your website where they pay
I could make jokes. Sure,
like you.
I could make jokes online. Who doesn't? I mean, I could make a joke online.
Are you saying that all the controversial things you've said are jokes?
No, I'm saying that these organizations and the BBC who are going to sit here and pretend that I am the face of damaging the youth is absolutely garbage. It's completely disingenuous. I'm sorry, we
have agreed to do an interview where you are going to ask questions that way.
Most of the stuff he says is pretty based. I'm not on board with the polygamy, the falling for man's proclivity towards polygamy. That's our lower nature, our animalistic nature, and we're supposed to overcome that. Which we'll be talking about that when we do some Bible thumping for LGBTLOWIQSTD Pride Month. We'll do some Bible thump. We'll talk about how he made them man and woman, and then a man should marry his wife, and everything else is an abomination. And they become of one flesh, and the man has governance over the woman's body, and the woman has governance over the man's body. This is one of the things that in this interview they were coming at him about. He said, if your woman has an OnlyFans account, you own her body, so she needs to kick you back a lot of that OnlyFans money because that's your property. And they got so mad about this, and this interviewer was dwelling on it. That's biblical. I'll read the verse a little later. Yep, sure is. So not a fan of the Muslim stuff, but he is a spiritual man, and he does say some base stuff. And it's about fitness, getting stronger, overcoming your weaknesses, and staying focused, make that money. All that stuff's great, but where he loses me was with the Muslim stuff and and I think he's Muslim just for the polygamy. Basically, wants to be like a person of the book that accepts polygamy, which would be the Muslims. You got the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. The only ones that allow polygamy are the Muslims. So he's like, well, those are the three most based ones, so I guess I'll go with the Muslims because they let me have multiple wives, which is kind of sad. Maybe he'll overcome that someday, though. Or maybe all that's for show. Maybe that's for shock value, for entertainment purposes. But the Muslim thing is popping up now in the debate communities and the internet community. A lot of people are becoming Muslim. Sneeko, Tate.
To give us the opportunity to clarify some things. These are very loaded questions.
And you are renowned.
I'm renowned
for offensive and controversial.
That's not why I'm renowned. I'm actually renowned. I'm actually renowned for helping young men, because we talk about there's a men's mental health crisis, and we pretend to care that men are upset. But as soon as I discuss men's issues, it's misogynistic. It doesn't have to be gendered. Just because I believe men have a point of view and men have rights and men are allowed to think and believe and act a certain way that helps them internally, that doesn't mean it's anti-female. In fact, I believe it's actually pro-female. I think when a man is true to his influence and true to his essence and he's good within himself, he's a positive influence in the world and he's positive for the women around him.
So
just because I discuss men's issues, people say, oh, you're anti-woman. I'm not anti-woman, I love women.
I love women. That's right. That's right. All right, so that's the clip from the Tate interview. I do want to show this one article. Let's go here. This is, so like I was saying, this is from The Sun. Tate speech, Andrew Tate interview. BBC slammed by prosecutors for treating disgraced influencer like a VIP with a sit-down chat. Now, it doesn't say anything about them paying him because they don't pay for their interviews, which you could have figured out if you just did 2 seconds of research, Freddie, before talking out of your booty hole. The BBC has been slammed by Romanian prosecutors for treating Andrew Tate like a VIP with a sit-down interview. The disgraced influencer, 36, is currently under house arrest after he and his brother Tristan were released from prison over allegations of human trafficking and rape. So we got some pictures. He exchanged barbs with journalist Lucy Williamson during the combative chat. However, amid the lengthy police probe, Tate featured in a combative interview with journalist Lucy Williamson on the public broadcast last night. The former kickboxer was seen wearing a dapper suit as he sat relaxed in a comfy chair and answered questions in what appeared to be a private VIP room. You just said he was on house arrest, and then you talk about how apparently the BBC is getting slammed for giving him a private VIP room. That's his own house, The Sun. Do a little bit of journalism-izing. Sometimes when I'm arguing with my wife, I consider converting to Islam. Hey, no bigger than you can use a switch, no bigger than your thumb, stubborn one. No bigger than your thumb. Your switch, your stick. You can go outside and find you a branch, no bigger than your thumb, and just, just a gentle whack every now and then. If you're Muslim. Only if you're Muslim. Everybody else, I disavow. No violence. We denounce the violence. Don't hit your wife with a stick. Unless you're Muslim. Then I guess you could do it. Tate denied fueling a culture of misogyny and dismissed all the alleged charges against him that were being investigated. After he dominated the chat, the BBC chose to finish the interview abruptly. Now, when I was listening, it sounded like Tate's people shut the interview down. But I just find it funny that these leftist places are attacking the BBC for giving him an interview, and they're acting like they gave him some special treatment. That was his house, bro. That was in his office at his house. Clip it. But that's that. I don't think I have anything else on Andrew Tate. Let's move on. We gotta get going a little quicker through this stuff. Let's move on. Biden fall down. Biden watch, guys. It's time for the Biden watch. I got a clip for you. Biden fall down. Poll shows from NBR, more than 6 in 10 say Biden's mental fitness to be president is a concern. Poll finds. Why would people be concerned about Biden's mental fitness? This dude is a freaking genius, right? Well, let's take a look. I got a little smash up here. We're gonna thank Sky News for some of this clip, but I had to edit it up a bit, so we'll give them credit where credit's due, but I edited it up to make it shorter. Just look at what's wrong with President Biden's mental health. I'm not a doctor, so I can't give a diagnosis, but let's take a look. Whoa, he's down. Hold up. Start over. President down. President down. He is down. Something black. That was something black. Joey fell down. Joey fall down.
Fell on what stage?
Let's see Trump's reaction.
He's at the Air Force Academy.
Hold on. I want you to see how sharp Trump is. He says he just fell down. Somebody in the crowd, he's doing a speech. Somebody in the crowd randomly yells out, Biden just fell down. Nobody's surprised by that. They just kind of giggle. Somebody in the crowd giggles, you can hear. But Trump is so sharp. Trump says, where? Where did he fall down? She says, Colorado Springs. And he says, oh, he's at the Air Force Academy. Like, Trump knows all the stages all over the country. Oh, the Air Force. Quick. Colorado Springs. Oh, he's at the Air Force Academy. Like, Trump is sharp. He's thinking on his toes. And I'm going to show you some articles when we talk about Biden's mental health and if he's fit to be our president for 4 more years, from 2024 to 2028. All these articles focus on his age. And they always focus, you'll notice the leftist arguers and the media, the leftist media will always focus on the age. So when they talk about, they won't say so much people are worried about Joe Biden's declining mental health. They'll say voters are worried about Joe Biden's age. And the reason they'll call attention to the age is because Trump and Biden are around the same age. So if people are worried about Biden and his being too old, then they'll also be worried about Trump being too old. But the thing is, age is just a number. We shouldn't be focusing on the age. What we should be focusing on is their mental acuity, how sharp they are. Can they speak correctly without slurring their speech and slowing down and speeding up? Do they need to be pumped full of drugs before they do a speech? Do they fall down randomly all the time? These are the things we should be focused on, not the number of the age, because there are people who are 90, 100 years old. Freddie, didn't you say your grandma's like 103 years old? There are people who are very sharp into their old age. And the falling down stuff is funny, but you could get a wheelchair and be a president. You could be in a wheelchair and be president as long as your mind is sharp. I don't need you to be able to throw a football 300 yards. I don't need you to be able to sprint, a 4-second quarter mile or whatever. I just need you to be able to talk and think correctly. And I don't see Biden doing that. I do see Trump doing that, though. And Trump is more physically able than Biden. But let's listen to it, how sharp our boy here is one more time.
He's at the Air Force Academy. He actually fell down. Well, I hope he wasn't hurt. I hope he wasn't hurt. But
that's a good Christian response.
Look, the whole thing is crazy. You got to be careful about that.
You got to be careful. Don't fall down on a stage.
You don't want that.
Here's Joey. Let's go. Oh, stairs. Yo, Joe Biden's biggest enemy is the dang staircase. 2, 10, 12.
That's black. Anyway.
That's black. Hold on. What's it? 1 place, 2. Oh, that's black. Dang, racist. Why you got to get tripped up by that black thing? Dang, let's hear that one more time. That was funny, man. Joe Biden's never met a staircase that he got along with. That's black. Hold on, we need to hear that again. Let's hear it again, Joey.
That's black. 15. Oops, stepping on.
10, 12, 15.
That's black. Anyway.
That's black. He's struggling with the jacket. He's struggling with the jacket. His glasses are about to fall off too because he's got his glasses on over his mask. Oh, Joey's on a bike. The second you see Joe Biden on a bike, the second you see Joe Biden on a bike, just trust that something bad's gonna happen. I can't wait because he keeps trying out these electric cars. I can't. That eventually something gonna happen. Joey! President down. President down. Oh, snap. Oh, it's the elusive upward fall. The upward fall up the staircase. Oh, he hurt his shin a little bit. And that's your president, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see this one more time. That's our president, ladies and gentlemen. He's down. He is down. Is Joe Biden mentally fit to be a president? Is he going to make it another 4 years? Let's see what some of these articles have to say. From theweek.com, the debate about Biden's age and mental fitness. Now, they do have mental fitness, so they're somewhat being fair about it, but they focus first on age. The debate is not about his age. Age is just a number. Age is just a number. There's people who are 18 years old who act like fully grown men, responsible, getting ready to start a family, getting married, gonna start a family, gonna have a successful family, following God, doing what's right, working hard. At 18, then there's dudes who are 43, living in their mama's basement, eating ramen noodles, and Chef Boyardee. So there's nothing wrong with Chef Boyardee, by the way. I enjoy Chef Boyardee. That just popped in my head. But anyway, So age has nothing to do with it, but mental fitness, yes. Some critics argue Biden is too old to run again. Does the argument have merit? That argument does not have merit. So it's a setup. The premise of the debate is wrong. It's not about his age. It's about his mental acuity. Am I using that word right? It's about his mental fitness, yes. The age is not the issue. The age argument does not have merit because there's probably been older presidents. I don't know. Is Joe Biden the oldest president ever? I don't think he is. I feel like Herbert Hoover or something was older. Anyway, President Biden has finally announced his bid for re-election in 2024, months after reiterating his intention to run again without making it official. Now that he has launched his campaign, Biden once again have to face questions about his advanced age. The president enters the race amid lukewarm support for his re-election bid in polls. An NBC News poll released earlier this month indicated that a Biden-Trump rematch in 2024 remains unpopular among most voters. I can't wait for it. Biden's announcement may have clarified questions about his candidacy, but questions about his mental competency and advanced age still loom. What's the mental competency? You could just stop it right there. You don't have to bring the age into it, but they will always do that. The president's age remains a significant issue for nearly half of the respondents against him running for a second term. Biden says he respects that voters have questioned his health and mental faculties due to his age and insisted that he took that into account when considering whether to run again. I took a look at it before I decided to run, and then I fell over. And I feel good. I feel good. You know the thing. I feel excited about prospects, Biden said when asked about his age days after announcing his campaign. Let's see what some other articles are saying about it. Al Jazeera, far left Al Jazeera, U.S. President Joe Biden is healthy, fit for duty. Al Jazeera, far left Al Jazeera. A lot of the news networks are sponsored by this Muslim organization. I think they're ran by Muslims. Al Jazeera. Maybe they're ran by pork lump juice. I don't know, but some Middle Eastern propaganda. But Biden has dismissed questions about his age, but polls indicate voters have concerns. But apparently a doctor says he's good. Joe Biden, 80, remains healthy and fit for duty, the White House physician has said. I wonder how much that guy gets paid. After a physical examination of the U.S. president, whose health has been in focus amid his expected run for a second term, the president remains, quote, the president remains fit for duty and fully executes all of his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations. So he's not getting shot up with no amphetamines before the speech? I doubt it. White House physician Kevin O'Connor said on Thursday in a summary of the health exam. The exam was closely watched as Biden prepares for his expected run for a second term. The summary said Biden did not have any long COVID symptoms. Yeah, it's crazy because usually all the Democrats and people who were fearing for their life because of COVID got long COVID. And all the Republicans who took the Vaseline had health problems because of it. It's kind of interesting. Biden said his physical went well. Everything went really well. Thank God for small favors, he told NBC News. Don't bring God into this, Biden. Biden's 3-hour session with doctors at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in the Washington suburb of Bethesda, Maryland, was his second extensive exam since taking office in January 2021. So as Al Jazeera is shouting it in the streets, shouting it from the rooftops, that Biden is fit for duty, guys. The physician says he's fit for duty. We got the Trump emoji in the chat. That's what's up, Stubborn One. So Al Jazeera says he's fit for duty. It is what it is, guys. Get ready. Get ready. We got a rematch in 2024. We got a rematch coming. It's going to be exciting. It'll be content at the very least. Last but not least, well, we got some breaking news. Breaking news today. We got this sonic boom in D.C. From AP, no survivors found after plane that flew over D.C. led to fighter jet scrambled crashes in Virginia. So apparently this plane became wayward and unresponsive. A wayward and unresponsive business plane that flew over the nation's capital Sunday afternoon caused the military to scramble fighter jets just before the plane crashed in Virginia. And there was a sonic boom. So people all over Washington, D.C. heard this sonic boom. And they said it was fighter jets that were scrambled because a wayward plane and the plane crashed in a field somewhere. Could there be more to this story? I don't know. We'll have to stay tuned. Keep an eye on it. There could be more to this story, but who knows? But that's the breaking news from today. We do have one more little segment here in this main news segment. We're going long. We're going long today, guys. More violence in America. Just to update on the violence in America. Just, a little comparing and contrasting the hypocrisy. So remember when that Marine kneeled on that guy's neck or chokeholded that Neely dude and killed him? And quickly, we were told this Marine is a white supremacist. He killed a black man on a train. He's a white supremacist. And we saw all the not riots in the streets, but protests and the activism about the white supremacy. We got Joe Biden at the HBCUs talking about white supremacy. Just for a little comparing and contrasting, here's a story from last Memorial Day. I also talked about last week at the end of the show, I talked about a story last week where two groups, they called them two groups of youths, got in a shootout on a beach and people had died. Like 3 people were killed in a shootout on the beach between two groups that got in an altercation. And then we played the video and all the suspects were blurred out, but you could kind of see a lot of darkness through the blur. And there was no mention of any race. It was just two groups got in an altercation. Kind of interesting. They didn't say two gangs got in a gang fight, gang war shootout. Well, what also happened last week on Memorial Day is 3 Marines on a beach, Hollywood Beach, on Memorial Day, got jumped by another group of youths. You see, slightly offensive, Elijah jokes about this a lot, but it is 100% real. Whenever you see youths or minors or TikTokers or rowdy underage party goers, any of these words, these are all dog whistles. These are all code words for dang old black people. I'll be honest. I'll be straight up honest. 9 youths charged, accused of attacking Marines on Memorial Day weekend, caught on video. Let's watch this clip from this news report. San Clemente, officials in California said they have apprehended minors who they described as the main suspects connected to an attack on Marines over the weekend. So when a Marine kills a black guy, it's a white supremacist. But when a bunch of large groups of people jump a bunch of Marines on Memorial Day, they're called youths and minors. They're called youths and minors and partygoers, Memorial Day partygoers. Video circulating online showed a melee with victims on the ground being kicked until a woman and a man broke it up. 3 Marines had asked a large group of youngsters, youths, and minors. Youngsters. You dang all youngsters. Hard R, youngsters. To stop shooting off fireworks. One of the Marines said they were stomped on and beaten by the group. Now,
there's only one place in town to compare.
To be fair, we got a freaking ad. Hold on.
My face still had like blood all over it. It wasn't cool at all.
3 local Marines are recovering from an attack by a large group of teens in San Clemente.
Teens, minors, youths, youngsters. Now, as you'll see, I will say they don't look like they're all of the same race, but they could be kind of brown. Because this one looked like they got some sort of covering on their head. Looking kind of brown, actually, but as we'll see here in a second, I do see a little bit of Afro action there.
It happened Friday.
Oh, that guy was black.
Night near the pier.
Oh, that's black. But that guy's a white gangster, though.
Disturbing video shows 2 of the Marines taking cover on the ground as they're being repeatedly kicked in the head and up.
So I will say they're not. It doesn't seem like they were all black, but they were youths and minors and youngsters attacking Marines. But everybody's blurred out. What if they were all brown?
Body. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is working to track down the culprits.
This is considered an assault with a deadly weapon because of the amount of suspects that we are investigating.
Of feet. Air Force One is a deadly weapon.
Feet while these victims were on the ground. So regardless if the victims choose prosecution or choose medical attention.
And the issue here, again, I will always say, it's not about the race. It's not about the race. It's just about the double standard of the media. If a white guy kills a black guy, it's a white supremacist, and there's protests. If a group of assorted brown and black people and thugs assault Marines on the beach, white Marines. They're called youths and minors and partygoers. It's just interesting, the double standard, the hypocrisy.
The Sheriff's Department is going to investigate this to the fullest and try to determine who the suspects are.
One of the Marines says he and two buddies were enjoying time off from Camp Pendleton at one of their favorite spots near the San Clemente Pier when 30 to 40 kids showed up on the beach.
Kids,
this is video
minors,
from a
youths,
resident
teens.
who says he called deputies multiple times about the unruly crowd. According to the injured Marine, the teenagers lit off fireworks, and when debris hit him in the face, he politely asked them to leave.
And they were lighting off fireworks.
It might be the essays.
They were being obnoxious and annoying other people, so we went up to them, told them to stop.
And that's when he says the crowd followed them over to the pier,
Now that was
and things
bad.
turned violent. The Lance Corporal thinks he may have a
The dude who was holding him.
concussion from being beat up and stomped on.
No, okay, so the white guy is the one that was
Thinks he
getting
may have a
punched. See, this guy's getting
concussion from being
punched.
beat up and stomped
This guy's
on.
white, he's getting
There are
punched.
The Lance
This guy's
Corporal
black.
thinks he may have a
This guy brown.
concussion from being beat up and stomped on.
There
The
are
youths
two
and
city
minors
cameras here on the side.
The youths and the minors were ethnically diverse. Ethnically diverse. But if you're white, it's instantly a white supremacist hate crime. It's just interesting, the double standard.
At Fisherman's Restaurant that
And the
may
violence
have
and the
captured
degradation
what
of
went
America
on here
overall.
Friday night. The mayor
The
tells
fact that this happened on Memorial Day is horrible. That's enough of that. I'm done with that. A little more violence in America. Just some quick stories, local stories. Salt Lake City, one dead in downtown Salt Lake shooting. I wouldn't even really be reporting on this, except that it's rare that we have a shooting here in Salt Lake City. A man died downtown Salt Lake City shooting early on Sunday morning. According to Salt Lake City Police, the investigation started, blah, blah, blah. The callers told police people on the scene were performing CPR and the suspect. Not a lot of information on this story. This remains a very emotionally charged situation. My thoughts are with the family of the person who was killed. SLC PD Chief Mike Brown. Our officers face significant dangers and challenges when they deal with a crowd that becomes upset. They are trained to safely manage tense situations. So not a lot of information on this story, but we do have a shooting in Salt Lake City, which is rare. We got another shooting in Phoenix, a triple shooting, 2 dead, 1 injured, man arrested. Officers were in the area when they heard gunshots ring out. They discovered 3 victims, 2 of them man, 1 of them woman, died from injuries at the scene. We don't see any mention of race. The victims are identified as Jerry Carter and Jessica Velasquez. Jermaine Smith, 20, was arrested in connection with the incident. Uh-oh. Guys, we got a white supremacist here. His last name is Smith, and he looks white passing. We might have a white supremacist incident here. Smith made admissions to portions of the incident and evidence collected on the scene, probable cause being established, including murder. So just be on the lookout. We might have a new Phoenix white supremacist out there. So be careful, guys. And that's it for the news. That's all the main story news I have. Enough violence in America. Enough of all that stuff. I really got to go to the bathroom. We went late with this segment, guys, and we got a lot more to go. We got a lot of Bible thumping to do. We got memes. We got rapid fire news. So I'm going to play this song, take a quick break, and I will be right back. This is Fergatio. Boycott Target. We're about to talk more. We're not going to talk much about Target. Well, actually, we do have some news stories on Target because there was protests at the start of Pride Week at some Targets. But this is from Fergatio, Jimmy Levy, a guy named Nick Natoli, who I've never really heard of, but he's all right in this song. He's all right. But the Jimmy Levy guy, I love Jimmy Levy. Great voice, great singing voice. And Fergatio's okay. But we got some Pride Month weird sess stuff. We'll talk about these Dodgers demons. We'll talk about the Target protests. We got some Taiwan updates, some Ukraine updates, other updates, and then some other random news, assortments of news. And then we'll get into our Bible thumping, our Pride Month Bible thump. Pride Month Bible thump. So listen to this song, and I will be right back with memes. It'll be meme time. All right, here you go, guys.
Intentional shoppers. There's a cleanup on every aisle. Target is targeting your kids.
They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds. This agenda gotta stop. Yeah, you know we gonna win when they target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Target, target and target, yeah, they target. You know that target's that wrong, trying to play with the kids. It's the mayor of Megaville, I'm preaching again. You know the LGBTQ done went too far. You know they cutting these kids, they leaving trannies with scars. Why they pushing the agenda, promoting sexual genders? I'm only rocking with Bruce, don't rock with no Caitlyn Jenner. You think that gay shit gon' get you paid? Yeah, we gon' see. It's Mar-a-Lago 2024, we trumpin', baby. They put a target on my back, but they targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds. This agenda gotta stop, yeah, you know we gonna win. When they target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Heard the news story, targeting kids. They going after our youth, and yeah, they do it like this. If you ain't mad yet, well, then you better be pissed. Let's protest until they close and they ain't gonna be missed. Why they got pride shirts in the kids' clothing section? Why they trying to mess with the kids and give misconceptions? They manipulating minds and making evil impressions. Got little boys tucking out by time they teens got depression.
We need to clean up on every island side. This door Satan resides. Wash it with the blood of Christ. It's needed here, so don't think twice. Dating with a Satanist, we all know this is the end. God is coming for revenge. Target is targeting.
They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap, and I'm always by my beds. This agenda gotta stop, yeah, you know we gonna win. When they target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids.
Okay, that's all.
I'm about to cash.
No, get out of here. All right, guys, it's meme time. Uh-oh. Hold on. What? Uh-oh. All right, my soundboard is...
Beta!
All right, it's time for meme time. Let me open up these memes. What's up with chat? What's up, Dean? What caused the fight? I don't know. And to be fair, a lot of Marines, especially on Memorial Day, on beaches and stuff, those guys were probably drunk too. Everybody was probably drunk. Everybody was partying too hard. And a lot of Marines do get overzealous and rambunctious when they get drunk. So, and these kids flooded the beach and were lighting off fireworks. Apparently, one of them basically almost got hit by a firework. And so they said they asked politely for them to stop, and they got jumped. I don't see a drunk Marine asking anything politely, though. I don't know about that. So just to be fair, I just thought it was an interesting contrast with the Marine on the subway. Then the Marines get jumped by a group of minors or youths. And there's no supremacy there, even though they were probably all of a certain group, or what we would call a gang. But the media calls them groups who get in altercations. I seen the other day an American flag someone was flying, but instead of red, white, and blue, it had the pride colors. Isn't that illegal to deface the flag? It's not illegal. People deface the flag all the time. It's freedom of speech. You can burn the flag if you want. Now, if you burn a gay flag, you probably might get arrested for a hate crime. But if you burn an American flag, that's freedom of speech. But yes, we put flags on clothes. Now, you shouldn't do it. I mean, there's a lot of things you shouldn't do with a flag if you look at flag laws. But you're not going to get arrested for it or charged or anything like that. But there are a lot of flag laws that we break all the time. If you see a flag on clothing, it shouldn't be on clothing. It shouldn't be made into a pin that you put on your shirt. But they do stuff like that all the time. So we don't really respect those flag laws. But yeah, they got American flags that have weed leaves instead of stars and all sorts of degenerate behavior. But let's get into these memes. I played the sound effect. I haven't opened it yet. We got some memes. I went to the Discord and got some memes from Frozen One, MAGA Force, on the Discord, and he puts out some edgy memes. A lot of them I can't show the Discord memes because there's a lot of iffy stuff in there. I'm surprised my Discord hasn't been shut down yet, but it's not really monitored over there. That's the Wild Wild West. But I got some memes from him which are kind of funny. I got some memes from Stubborn One. Let's start the memes. Oh yeah, it's that time. First meme: Disney presents Snow White. What the? Beta. Yo, if that's Snow White, what does Wheezy have to say about that?
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I guess so. If that's Snow White, I guess. Next. Look, Daddy, I'm wearing your socks. What the? The little kid put on his sock. You got the socks out of the sock drawer. Then he put on his socks all by himself. What the? That might be a little girl, actually. She's got earrings. Oh, that's cute. That's funny. Wholesome entertainment. Whoa! The moment when your mom finally slapped the black off your ass. Well, we gotta go full screen for that. Dang, that looks like my albino friend Matt, who got his teeth knocked out, and then Kenny's thumb fell off. If you guys weren't listening to the all-day stream on Saturday, you might not have heard that story. Well, I only streamed for like 14 hours, so maybe you missed it. Next. The United States flag is a symbol of unity and represents everyone. Flying the LGBTQ flag next to the U.S. flag is a symbol of division. Facts. Also, and we got this in Salt Lake City, we got the Utah flag, the American flag, and then the pride flag and the trans flag. Outside of our city council building, our city state building, and the town square in the middle of downtown. And what this means, whenever you hear, if you see a man on the street video or a street preacher video or any sort of debates, if they ever argue that the LGBTLOWIQSTD movement is not a political movement, they're lying to you. It is definitely a political movement, and our political organizations have set the precedent that it is a political movement because they put these flags outside of government buildings. So if our government buildings have set the precedent that now the government property and the flagpole is a place to push your political ideas on people, then we should be able to petition them to fly a Christian flag. And if they deny our request, we should be able to sue them. Right? That's a fact. I'd love to talk to a lawyer and see about getting something like that done, because I would love to petition Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall to put up a Christian flag next to, or put up a White History Month flag. Next month is White History Month. I'm okay with the rainbow flag during Gay Month next to the American flag on government property in front of a government building that I pay for as a taxpayer. Well, maybe not me, because I don't really pay much tax, but I pay sales taxes and stuff. But taxpayers pay for that. So I should be able to petition the government, my government, to fly a Christian flag or fly a White History Month flag. If we're allowed to push our socio-political messages on our flags and government property, then they have to be fair. And if they are not fair and equal and balanced and diverse and equitable and inclusive, we should be able to sue them, and that should hurt their ESG score. Facts. Next, not sexualized. Guys, Pride Month is not sexualizing your children. If you take your kids to a pride parade, they will not be sexualized. There's nothing sexual or harmful going on at a pride parade.
It's a man, baby.
Next. I come in peace. Says old Mike. And then we got the boy Barack down here with a shirt on that says, I'm peace. First off, even without the faces, that is a cool shirt for a couple to, if you're a couple and you're going out to dinner and you wear this shirt. Kind of degenerate, but I respect it. It's funny. I would laugh if I saw that in public, but the faces are epic. Dang.
It's a man, baby.
No, that doesn't work either.
Next, Obama. Obama is definitely
Beta.
Next, Netflix is the Smurfs. The Smurfs. Dang. All the Smurfs are going to be black. You can't have blue people. You can't have blue people. That's not diverse enough. I don't think this is real. Just saying, guys. It's just a meme. It's just a meme. Next. Float like a butterfly. Sting like a bee. Oh, that's funny. If you don't get it, then you're a movie Philistine. You're a cinematic Philistine. To take one of Hake's euphemisms. You're a cinematic Philistine if you don't know what this means. Float like a butterfly. Sting like a bee. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. He gotta have his glasses. Poor Macaulay Culkin. Next. It's the Power Rangers. Black power, blue power, pink power, red power, yellow power. And Tommy, the White Ranger, says account suspended. No, Tommy. No. We will not have any white power in this Power Rangers. You got it, Tommy? Calm down. R.I.P. R.I.P. Tommy. Shout out. Next. For the next game, you must convince DBZ fans that characters from other animes can beat Goku. For the next game, in Squid Games, boom. For the next game, you must convince DBZ fans that characters from other animes can beat Goku. Huh? This is impossible. Yes, this is a nerd meme, guys. If you don't get it, sorry about it. But just so you know, do not ever tell a DBZ or a Dragon Ball fan that anybody can beat Goku, because you're wrong. You're wrong. Goku will one-shot the entire Marvel cinematic and comic universe. Nobody in DC or Marvel or any other anime is touching Goku. Goku's going to murk all of you. Okay? Let's go. Next. AOC vows to use only lowercase letters to fight capitalism. AOC kind of thick. She looking like a horse, though. Hopefully that's not a man, baby. Beta. Definitely a beta, though. Next. Reasons he's not texting you. Reason number 1. That's a rotary phone, dumbass. Get off the dang rotary phone. Whoa, what the heck? That's why he's not texting you. Who still has a rotary phone in 2023? Next. When you've already been through the rabbit hole like 6 or 7 times now, and some prick tells you to educate yourself. You need to educate yourself. Just because you paid to get indoctrinated at a government school and get taught something you could have learned yourself. I already done been read all that. Money. Well, you paid money to learn. I learned that on the internet on my own. And I know all the other stuff that you don't know. You're going to tell me to educate myself? Shoo. What the? Telling you right now, there better not be a picture of my wife's dick on your son's computer, Joe. I'm telling you right now, Joe. Telling you, Joe. There better not be a picture of my wife's dick on your son's computer, Joe. Pause. Poor Mike. Dang.
It's a man, baby.
At least they're not as bad as the Clintons.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Next. Turn back. Something has gone wrong. The history of evolution. We have the Cro-Magnons. We have the original apes. And we have the Cro-Magnons. Then we have the Neanderthals. And then we have the missing link, which shouldn't be pictured in the picture. They don't have the missing link yet. And then we got man. Oh, snap. They're turning into women. Oh, snap. We need to turn around right now.
It's a man, baby.
Turn back. Something has gone wrong. Next. Look at me. I am the Little Mermaid now. Captain Sully. That's a good movie. Tom Hanks might be a PDF file demon, been to Epstein's Island and, doing some degenerate fishy stuff in Hollywood. But he still makes a good movie. That guy can act. Next. I hate lazy people. Why? We didn't even do anything. Why do you hate lazy people? It's not like we did anything. Facts. Next. I stand with Ukraine. We're gay this month. It's not Ukraine month. Blah. No more billions of dollars for Ukraine for the month of June. Only money for the LGBTLOWIQSTD community.
No, that doesn't work either.
Next. And just like that, Democrats brought back the 1918 pandemic, the 1929 depression, the 1968 race riots, and the 1973 gas shortage all at the same time. Well, thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Forrest. These are my magic. My mama says my legs are crooked and a question mark, but the doctor says these are my magic shoes. They'll take me anywhere. Dang, I sound like Jalen 8. They'll take me anywhere. Why is aspirin white? Because it works. Duh. Next. That's a quick and easy one. Whoa, what the? This guy's making a stat. It's a cartoon, guys. It's a cartoon. Calm down. Calm down, children. Maybe I should have edited it. Maybe I should have redacted some of this image right here. But we got an artist carving a sculpture. We got God. We got God crafting a woman out of clay. Hold on, let me see that. Let me see that then camel toe. For a life model. Next. Imagine if people were this passionate about things that actually matter. True. True. Next. Walt Disney Bambi. Bambi's a black goat. Are we back on the Disney ESG changing all the races of everything memes? I guess we are right now, but we got Black Bambi. Not only is Bambi black, but Bambi's also the symbol of Satan, Baphomet, the demonic goat, the evil goat. Yo, goats are just scary looking. If you don't see a goat like that, it just think something's wrong with that creature. That looks demonic. I don't know what's wrong with you. Next, find the trans person. Hold on, let's try this. Let's see. Let's work through here. Let's work through this worksheet. We got this guy. Looks fairly normal. We got this girl. She's a little suspect. It's kind of a blurry image. We got this girl, mildly attractive. We got old Steve. This guy looks like a Steve. His name's probably Steve. Kind of a nerd, but he's all right, you know. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we got this guy looking like some guy in some movie. I can't think of his name right now, but he looks kind of like that guy. Looks like a dude, you know. We got this guy. He's kind of clean cut. He's nice looking. And then we got, whoa! Whoa! What the? I'm not talking about the black girl. She looks all right. She's cute. She's cute. He got her little hair in an updo. She got a little updo. But then we got this Galapagos. I don't even think that's a word. Like a Galapagos tortoise.
It's a man, baby.
Oh, Lord.
Beta.
Which one? Which one do you think it is? All right. That was a fun game. Let's move on. Oh, this is an interesting one. So this is new. I've never seen this before, but it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Kind of cryptic stuff and coding, which I'm not really into all the coding stuff, but it is kind of interesting. Pride Month. Pride Month. Pride Month. Pride Month. Demon. Demon. The word Pride Month has demon right in the middle of it. What the? What the? Kind of like democracy, demolish, destruction, degenerate, demon. Crazy. That's a little crazy. Next. Who are the true people of color? Well, we got white people here. We got like gray eyes and blonde hair, blue eyes and red hair, green eyes and blonde, dirty blonde hair. We got gray eyes and like reddish brown hair. We got like white eyes and white hair and blue eyes and blonde hair and green eyes and golden hair. But then the people of diversity and equity and inclusion, brown eyes, brown hair, brown eyes, brown hair, brown eyes, brown hair, brown eyes, brown hair, brown eyes, brown hair. Not a lot of diversity there. So who's the more diverse race? Interesting. Interesting meme. Next. Hey, wokeism. Why do you always wear that mask? Pulls the mask off. Uh-oh. I don't know if we can show that on YouTube. Uh-oh. Let's keep this on. Let's just put this mask back on. Yeah. Remember the guy in Britain who got arrested because he posted the meme of the 4 rainbow flags with the triangle, and they put them all together, and it made a interesting, if you notice this little 90-degree angle here, if you put 4 of them together, you get this symbol. Isn't that interesting? Next. This is from Fox. Stubborn one sent this. I don't know if this is real, but if it is, this is absolutely crazy. We got a suspect search for Steve Stevens, 6'1", 233 pounds, bald with beard. The first descriptor, he has dark white skin. Dark white skin. Is this real? We talked about recently how Hispanic people are being labeled as white to change the crime statistics, and that the FBI has already declared for like years now that they will no longer use race in crime statistics because they say it's unreliable. Well, actually, they just don't like what it shows. And then we see brown people being called white passing, and we see brown people being called white supremacists and Indian people being called white supremacists. And now we got dark white skin suspect. Intriguing. Interesting. Next. Walk Force 1. That's for Joey. That's what Joey needs. Nice.
No, that doesn't work either.
Oh, poor Joe. Poor Joe. And I think that's it for the memes, guys. Memes are over. All right. Some good memes this week. What's chat been saying while I've been focusing on the memes? Dang. Hold on. Rainbow flag is gross. Oh, we got a lot of comments during the meme review. Stubborn one pounds back. What caused the fight? I seen the other day in American. I already read that. I was gonna sit here quiet, but hell no, this might be racist. The rainbow flag is gross. Facts. Get them, Freddie. They're on our front lines. We figure they can take about a good 300,000 out before we have to bring the pain. You're gonna need rainbow, blah blah blah, negativity, inciting violence, like a Fed in the chat. Dang, JS ain't reading the comments. No, I was in my zone talking about the memes. You stretching with the memes. Sounds about right. Pride Month has, yes, it has demon in it. Isn't that intriguing? Isn't that intriguing? All right, let's get into some reels. Just a couple reels. Let me open up these new windows. Bookmarks. We got a lot of weird sess stuff because it's Pride Month. We'll try to burn through that quick. Some rapid fire news, and we'll get into the Bible thumping. We got some serious Bible thumping to do. We're gonna thump them over the head tonight. We're gonna be bringing that fivefold ministry. I hope you're ready for it. Oh wait, I hit the wrong thing. Let me see. 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Don't send me nothing on Facebook. Let me see. Make sure nothing else is showing. All right, we got some funny reels. We'll watch some funny reels, and then we'll roll into this Pride Month stuff, weird sess stuff segment, and then we got some other rapid fire news. Let's go. Let's watch some funny reels. This guy is Stephen He. He's the guy that says emotional damage. He's pretty funny, so let's watch one of his videos. I respect it. Let's go.
Remember your cousin in China? He got 15 years work experience. He's 9.
How's that even possible?
Because he does 5 jobs at the same time. Master's degree, interns for Google. Timmy got attention deficit disorder and he walked it off. Timmy speaks 6 languages. Only language you speak is failure. Also, why can't you be as handsome as Timmy, huh? He look like Tom Holland. You look like thank you next.
Okay,
thank you next.
Exams.
You look like thank you, Nate.
You think he had books? Timmy learned calculus from the back of milk cartons. In America, you have iPad, you have laptop. He didn't even have electricity. Listening to the lo-fi study beats. If Timmy wanted music, he had to play it. He learned to play Mozart from listening to the McDonald's jingle.
McDonald's jingle.
Timmy's the captain of his soccer team. We have to play in the 150-degree sun barefoot in the snow.
150-degree sun in the
somebody. Oh, ref, that's a foul. Oh, foul. Back in China, we used to roundhouse kick each other in the face. Remember your cousin in China?
We used to roundhouse kick each other in the face. That guy's funny. Emotional damage. I like him. He's a pretty funny little Chinese guy. Next. All right, this is just an interesting little Vsauce.
It's wrong.
You know, because we got to stay smart, guys. So I like these shorts that, you know, you learn something from. You learn a little something from it. And I don't have a clip, but I got another interesting one after this. But look at this. This is about weird ways that they say English is a hard language. And because we spell stuff weird, and we got weird examples of weird spellings throughout our words, and they control people with words. But if you ever want to throw somebody off, just spell church like that. That's church. That says church. Let's see. Vsauce, big channel, interesting stuff. He's probably a liberal. I don't know. But he's still got interesting stuff.
Or is it? T can make a ch sound. Look at the word picture. And OLO is obviously pronounced kernel.
Kernel.
T, again making a ch, gives us church. Now this might remind you of that old chestnut.
OLO and kernel is sound. So TOLOT is church.
Goaty. But this doesn't spell goaty. Oh no, this is a way to spell fish. The GH makes the F sound we see in enough. The O is pronounced like the O in women, and the TI is like the TI in nation. Fish. Now if all of this has you thinking,
crazy.
What? Why? Let me explain. This is not OED, the Oxford English Dictionary. This is a way to spell the word what. The O is pronounced like the O in one, and the ED is pronounced with a T, like in hacked. And this, how is this why?
What?
Well, take a look. Why? K. Why-er. Choir. Why? Why? Why?
Well, I guess the IR is the k, and then the IR is the So the HO is Y. That's true. That's pretty wild.
This is how I spell the...
I just thought that was interesting. Wanted to show you guys something interesting. That stuff entertains me. Next. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. This one's not here no more? Oh, yeah, it is. This one's funny. It's racism. This gotta be racist.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah.
You're fat? But you're black. He said, hey, you can't be talking. You're fat. I'm not trying to be racist, but you're black. Look at this kid hit this shot. We'll play it one more time. No. Look at this little black boy hit this shot from behind. He's out of bounds, and he gets it in there.
Ain't no way. Ain't no.
That's black privilege right there.
Yeah.
He's sturdy.
You're fat, and I'm not trying to be racist, but you're black.
You're fat and black.
Oh, no.
Legendary little kid. All right. And we got one more funny reel. One more funny reel. This is weather. This weatherman is pretty cool. I was watching some of these. He does the weather and he sneaks lyrics from songs into here. So I missed the beginning, but it's playing Rough Riders anthem in the weather.
But the rain just happened to stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop on the southwest side. We had 1 to 2 inches. Ideally, hold off on your drive because it's a rough ride to work. But if you got to go now, you got to go now. That's how Rough Riders roll. There's some commuters getting out there this morning thinking, all I know is pain, all I feel is rain. It is really slowing things down on the roads. Showers across Houston right now. Nothing we can't handle, and drier air will help break it up and dismantle.
That's legendary. I'm not going to interrupt. Let's play it one more time.
But the rain just happened to stop, drop, shut them down, open up shop on the southwest side. We had 1 to 2 inches. Ideally, hold off on your drive because it's a rough ride to work. But if you got to go now, you got to go now. That's how Rough Riders roll. There's some commuters getting out there this morning thinking, all I know is pain. All I feel is rain. It is really...
I wonder how many people were watching that news report and caught that because that's pretty funny. That's it for the reels. Let's move on. Let's get into this weird sex stuff. It's Pride Month. It's weird sex month time. Weird sex stuff.
Beta! It's a man, baby!
Okay, it's that time of the year, guys. A lot of the rest of the show is going to be this. We got some off breaking news story, but first, we got our weird sex stuff segment. We don't have a stinger. You see, I got rainbow colors behind me. It's that time of the month. Promise, not pride. We'll talk about the real meaning behind the rainbow here shortly. But we got some weird sex stuff. Congress has to say about Pride Month. It's Pride Month, guys. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. Pride Month is currently celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969, of course it's 1969, Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan. The Stonewall Uprising was a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States. Gay in the United States last Sunday in June was initially celebrated as Gay Pride Day, but the actual day was flexible. In major cities across the nation, the day soon grew to encompass a month-long series of events. Today's celebrations include pride parades, picnics, parties, workshops, symposia, and concerts. And LGBTQIAAPP plus low IQ STD HDTV ADHD Pride Month events attract millions of participants around the world. Memorials are held during this month for those members of the community who have been lost to hate crimes or HIV and AIDS. The purpose of the commemorative month is to recognize the impact that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had on history locally, nationally, and internationally. And as we move on to Pride Month, let's take a look at this little short from YouTube about a young boy who got in trouble at school for wearing a shirt that said something. Let's see what his shirt said.
I have been told that my shirt was targeting a protected class. Who is this protected class? Are their feelings more important than my rights?
Are their feelings more important than my rights? 12-year-old student says he was sent home for wearing a t-shirt reading, "There are only two genders." A biologically true statement, a scientifically true statement, a morally and biblically true statement, a simple fact of the world. Same with lions, same with animals, same with people. Evolution hasn't, quote unquote, evolution hasn't evolved us to lose our anatomy. Hey, JS, the sticker is gone. What sticker? What sticker? What are you talking about? What's he talking about? What sticker? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the watermark? The KindMaster watermark? I was playing shorts from Facebook. I wasn't playing clips. Anyway, he got sent home from school for wearing a shirt that said, "There are only two genders."
I don't complain when I see pride flags and diversity posters hung throughout the school.
Ooh.
You know why? Because others have a right to their beliefs just as I do. I have been told
they don't have that right. They don't have that right in a public school to push political views on people and religious views on people. You're not allowed to pray. You're not allowed to push Christianity in a public school. You can't tell the kids to be Democrats, even though they do, like, subvertly. But you're not supposed to be pushing political and ideologies and religious beliefs, because the LGBTQ movement is a political and a religious institution. It is. I don't care what you say. It's political and it's religious. It is their religion. It's the God they worship, the God they follow, and the God they identify with. I don't believe anybody is atheist. I believe everyone has a religion, and the religion is simply the God you worship, the God you follow. And if it's a lowercase g, if you worship yourself, if you worship yourself, you're a Satanist. If you worship your sexuality and your LGBTQ stuff, that's a religion. That's an ideology. All religions are ideologies. Not all ideologies are religions. Ideologies can be political ideologies, and LGBTQ is also a political ideology. Usually politics and religion go hand in hand, as much as people want to try to keep that from being the case or deny that is the case. They have to be hand in hand. They have to be together, because you can't have objective morality without religion, without some sort of foundation for your beliefs, which I call religion. People will talk about organized religion, talk about churches who do things the wrong way. I agree. There are some churches that do some messed up stuff, but that's not religion. Religion is just the God you follow, the belief you follow, your grounding of your morals, your foundation. So your foundation is either a rock or it's a sandy foundation. And you blow to and fro with the wind, you'll crumble. Let's listen to this kid again.
I told that my shirt was targeting a protected class. Who is this protected class? Are their feelings more important than my rights? I don't complain when I see pride flags and diversity posters hung throughout the school. Do you know why? Because others have a right to their beliefs just as I do. I have been told that my shirt was targeting a protected class. Who is this protected class? Are their feelings more important than my rights?
So, yeah, based kid, that's right. Based youngster, Jeff Hewitt. Very based. Let's move on. We got more weird sess stuff in the news. Let's look at this. I think this story is like more than a week old, but it's actually going to be happening soon. But they've been talking about it. I haven't reported on it, so let's talk about this. Apparently, the Dodgers, is it still the LA Dodgers? Yep, the LA Dodgers, the baseball team, had a bunch, like a anti-Catholic drag queen group come to their field and do a show. They're called the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, and they are an anti-Catholic hate group. Now, it is nice to see the media, but this is Fox, so, Fox is going to be a little more reasonable. But it is nice to see them using the term hate group, which I don't like that term, but at least they're using it somewhat fairly. An anti-Catholic hate group. You probably won't see more left-leaning places using that term hate group. They usually only like to lob that term against white people. The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. Catholic theologians, is from Fox, blasts LA Dodgers for honoring fake drag queen nuns. I mean, I think that's written kind of wrong. It should be drag queen fake nuns, because they're real drag queens. They're not fake drag queens. They're real drag queens, but they're fake nuns. Fake drag queen nuns implies that they're fake drag queens. They're real drag queens. Absolutely offensive. Catholic theologian and former priest Jonathan Morris is pleading with the Los Angeles Dodgers not to be hijacked by fringe elements after the sport team honored drag queens that dressed up as nuns to mock religion. Pence slams Dodgers invite to trans nuns group. I'm trying to find some pictures of them. I think I have another article from them. This is another article about it from thecatholicthing.org. Dodgers pitcher on team celebration of anti-Catholic drag queens. God cannot be mocked. So the Dodgers pitcher was against this. He stood up against this. Blake Treinen has become the latest Major League Baseball player to publicly condemn the Dodgers' decision to honor an anti-Catholic drag group known as the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. This group openly mocks Jesus Christ, the cornerstone of my faith. Treinen tweeted, and I want to make it clear that I do not agree with nor support the decision. Now, I don't have the newer story. Okay, so it's not him, but another pitcher, similar story. This is from Not the Bee, and Not the Bee is not satire. Babylon Bee is satire. Not the Bee is actually news. Toronto Blue Jays pitcher undergoes public struggle session, heads to company re-education for posting anti-Target and anti-Bud Light stories. So, similar story. This pitcher from the Toronto Blue Jays came under attack for saying stuff about Bud Light and the whole Transformer movement, and now he has to undergo a re-education camp. It'll be interesting to see if that happens to this Dodgers pitcher as well, standing up against these Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, which the Dodgers invited to their stadium, which is ridiculous. I would like to watch a clip just to show you what they look like. Maybe it'll show me in this clip. It's probably going to play an ad. So, yeah, just give the ad 1 second to play. We'll watch this clip, see what Mike Pence has to say about it, and hopefully...
Los Angeles Dodgers continues as one of the largest Catholic advocacy organizations is calling for a boycott after the team's decision to reinstate and honor the drag group that goes by the name Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence.
Beta! It's a man, baby!
At the team's Pride Night later this month. Let's bring in Brian Birch. He's the president of Catholic Vote. So your organization is encouraging a boycott of the LA Dodgers. You're putting your money where your mouth is, $1 million in.
Now, speaking of boycotts, I have to kind of admonish myself. I kind of got to reprimand myself because if you remember, during the Harry Potter Legacy of Hogwarts games release, I did a show and I was talking about the boycott from the Transformer LGBTQ community, the boycott of the Harry Potter game, and how it completely backfired. It totally did not work. That was one of the, until TOTK came out, Harry Potter was on par to be the best-selling game of the year. Of course, until TOTK came out. But I talked about it and I said, guys, boycotts don't work. It's dumb because basically, if you're going to boycott one thing, and I was saying this for both sides because I see conservatives, had tried to boycott things like the Super Bowl, for example. Boycott the Super Bowl because players are kneeling. But it didn't work. Conservatives still watch the Super Bowl. Why? Because there's no alternative to the NFL. The NFL is the only pro football league that anybody's going to watch. But it turns out I was wrong. Boycotts do work. Maybe they only work for the conservative side because when the Transformer people tried to boycott Harry Potter game, the sales went through the roof. It actually fueled people wanting to play. I didn't even want to play that game. I had no interest. It looked cool, but I wasn't going to buy it and put a lot of time into it, except for the fact that it was a catchy thing. It was a popular thing to do to spit in the faces of these people who want to boycott this stuff and get the game and stream the game, because they said anybody who streams that game is a transphobic bigot. So I'm like, let's go. And then it was even better because the Christians thought it was demonic and the conservatives thought it was gay. And then the gay people thought it was bigoted and transphobic. And it was like, this game just pisses everybody off. I'm definitely going to play it. But at the time I said boycotts don't work. Turns out boycotts do work, as we can see with Target and Bud Light. Stocks crashing. Nobody wants to buy it. These companies are freaking out. Let's continue watching this article.
An ad campaign to encourage it. Why are you looking for a boycott here, Brian?
Well, we're looking for the Dodgers to reconsider their decision to honor this vile anti-Catholic hate
nuns
group.
won the argument.
These sisters,
they're
not sisters at all. They dress as sisters in drag. They mock Jesus on the cross. They've turned the cross into a sex prop. They've had condom masses, and they dress up and mock religious sisters. These are Catholic religious women who devote their lives.
Josh, give a shout out to a local boy from my area. Look up Kellogg High School, Kellogg, Idaho. He said, guys are guys, girls are girls. Now he is banned from graduation, and I heard he has other backlash. Kellogg, Idaho. Graduation postponed. Kellogg High School graduation takes place Saturday after initial postponement. Amid controversy, Kellogg holds a rescheduled graduation. I'll play this here in a minute. I'll check this out here in a minute. This story's kind of boring.
Seem to be
I just wanted to show you what these
don't want politics in
what
baseball.
these people look like.
The Dodgers initially did seem to be sensitive to the criticisms that they were caused. The Dodgers is a view.
Very easy fix.
Something that I definitely don't agree with.
Clayton Kershaw reacts.
What if this group was the
kind of crazy? I hope there's a lot of backlash. Freddie says the nuns won, which means that probably the Dodgers have been completely boycotted and banned, and they're going to be completely removing that because anything Freddie says 9 times out of 10 is wrong. So just know that, chat. Let's move on. Enough of that Dodgers story. We will check out this Kellogg, Idaho story before the end of Weird Sess stuff. What else we got? Pride Month, anti-LGBT group protests outside Target in Miami's Midtown. So in Miami, they're being kind of based. And we got protests. We got protests outside of Target. Now, somebody was playing, I think it was Nick Stream or Hake, was playing a video of this guy walking through a Target, throwing clothes on the ground and just yelling at Target employees. And I was like, I respect the grind, because this is going viral. It's getting attention. It's getting signal boosted. I respect that. But this isn't how I would go about trolling people. I think a better idea would be, and I said this when I was watching it, I think I was streaming and restreaming their stream, and I was like, no, a better thing would be to protest outside of a Target. If you go start up a protest, get outside of the Target, boycott Target, all of these things are good ideas. But walking through a Target store with your phone out and like telling the employees, it's not their fault. The employees don't put this stuff. They put it on the shelves, but they just do what they're told. You know, it's not the employees and the security. And I was like, I'm not. I guess if it brings attention to it, it's good. But I just didn't like the style of doing that. But then turns out in Miami, they're being based, and we have people boycotting and protesting outside of Target. So let's take a look at this video.
And it comes as some say Florida lawmakers continue to attack the LGBTQ community.
There's also been backlash against businesses taking part in Pride events. Local 10's Christian De La Rosa has a story from Midtown.
Coming out this first day of Pride Month.
Jesus loves you. You're a hypocrite. Save our kids.
Protesters, counter-protesters, and police outside the Target store in Midtown Miami.
Jesus loves you. Save our kids. That's the sort of thing you'll get from the one side. The other side is going to be gross. It's going to be a lot of degeneracy, a lot of nastiness, a lot of nasty language and cruel words and hateful people. But this is supposed to be the side of love and acceptance and equity and diversity and inclusion.
Miami.
Sexual preferences are for adults, not for kids.
A couple dozen.
Duh. Is that controversial? No, duh.
Chanting calls for a boycott on the retail store over its showing of support for Pride Month in the form of merchandise.
What is it about the Pride merchandise
are going down.
that you find is sexualizing children?
What kind of stupid question is that? There are, guys, if anybody ever tells you there's no such thing as a stupid question, they're probably a stupid person. There are definitely stupid questions, and they're usually asked by stupid people. So when a reporter says, what about the Pride stuff for kids do you think is sexualizing kids? What is the whole purpose of Pride Month? It's embracing and celebrating your sexuality. So why would you be embracing and celebrating and pushing sexuality on children? That's degenerate. That's gross. That's some PDF file mess. That's some minor attracted persons. We're not going to be destigmatizing nothing. Keep the stigma. That's gross. That's gross, Target. That's degenerate. That's wrong.
We don't want our children wearing anything that talks about Satan.
There's no issue with...
Yeah, and it's not just the rainbow. Rainbow is wholesome. Promise, not pride. We're going to talk about the rainbow. We're going to talk about, we're doing thumping over. What's up, Robbie? Downtown Brown in the house. The mailman's here. We're going to do some Bible thumping. We're going to do some serious Bible thumping. We're going to talk about promise, not pride. The rainbow, we're taking the rainbow back, guys. It's Pride Month. I got the rainbow colors shown behind me. I'm not ashamed. We're taking the rainbow back. Promise, not pride. The rainbow is a symbol that God keeps his promises. God's going to make sure he's not going to look at our degeneracy and wipe us out with a flood anymore. No. It'll be a pillar of fire this time. It's going to be a pillar of fire. We'll talk about all that. We'll talk about the promise. There's nothing wrong with the rainbow. But when they co-opt the symbol of the rainbow and they make it a symbol of sexual preferences, then, yeah, you probably shouldn't have your children wearing rainbows anymore. It's sad. It's sad, but that's what they've done. Just like how you shouldn't say the word partner anymore because now it means something different. It means my gay husband when you say my partner, your partner. A marriage is not a partnership. You could say it's teamwork, I guess. You could say it's teamwork, but it's not a partnership. How the hell did this pop up or show up? I was quite literally listening to Vocaloid music. I don't know, Smug Swag, but welcome. Thanks for hanging out. It's Pride Month. Shout out Pride Month. Are you into politics and theology and philosophy and never mind, I'm just going to leave for now. Okay, well, thank you. Hit the like button on your way out and make sure you subscribe. You probably watched one of my shorts, and that's what brought you here. So thank you for stopping by. I think we've had enough of this article.
Pride merchandise that is for adults. The problem that I have is Pride merchandise for children. This is indoctrination to children.
Joining the rally is a creator of a song targeting Target over its Pride product.
Target, yeah, they
I played this video earlier
becoming
in the
one
show.
of the most popular downloads online.
I don't think children should wear straight clothes or gay clothes, anything that has something to do with sex.
But activists say...
All right, I've had enough of that. So that's enough of that. So in Miami, they are protesting Target to start off Pride the right way. What else we got? This rhetoric is heartbreaking to see. Protesters rally at Las Vegas Valley Target locations after nationwide backlash for Pride Month collection. So they're not just protesting in Miami. It's also happening in Vegas. Pretty based. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it. A lot of these corporations that last year, they all had the rainbow icon as their logos aren't doing that this month because they're seeing when conservatives boycott something, it works. It works, which is actually a very positive thing that's happening right now. It's a motivational thing. You know, we get a lot of black pill, a lot of doom and gloom, and oh, it's over. The social credit scores coming, the ESG, the surveillance state, the 5G, the GMOs in the food, the dumbing down and demoralizing of the nation with sexual degeneracy and drug addiction, all these things being pushed on us, and we just see our culture in decline. We see the reverse Flynn effect. IQs are dropping. We're getting dumbed down. Birth rates are down. Abortion is up. We're killing babies left and right. Just total depravity in the country is what we see. It's nice. This is like a ray of shining light to see that people are getting sick of this stuff, and maybe we haven't lost the country. Maybe we can take it back. So that's kind of a good thing to see. I'm happy to see it. Happy Pride Month, everybody. We are boycotting Target. No more Target. If you're a guy and you're shopping at Target anyway, you know Target's a feminine store. You know, my mom got her purse stole from a Target, and she got she gets like a 5%. She has like a 5% discount card for life from Target. So that's why she shops at Target. I would do the same thing, but I wouldn't get my purse stolen because I don't have a purse. All right. We still got some more weird sess stuff in the news. I think we got 2 more stories. Elon Musk put Daily Wire's What is a Woman a year after its release to celebrate the 1 year since its release. A lot of people have been saying What is a Woman needs to be made free because the people who subscribe to Daily Wire and pay who get to see it aren't really the people who need to see it. The people who need to see it are the people who aren't going to pay for a Daily Wire subscription. But at the same time, you got to understand they got to make their money back. You know, they went all over the world to film this, and they got to make their money back. But anyway, a year after its release, Elon posted the full What is a Woman documentary on Twitter, and Twitter quickly shut it down and said, no, this documentary contains misgendering, and misgendering is harmful and dangerous. And Elon Musk lashed out back at Twitter and said, no, it's not. No, it's not. That's not against any policy that we have. It doesn't hurt people. No. We're going to see what happens with that. Elon Musk says Twitter rejection of Daily Wire's What is a Woman doc over misgendering was a mistake by many people at Twitter. Twitter owner Elon Musk said the company's reported rejection of the Daily Wire's documentary What is a Woman documentary on the basis of misgendering was a mistake by many people at Twitter. It is definitely allowed. Thanks, Elon. Now that I might have to go hang out on Twitter a little more. I don't really do Twitter, but hey, he says it's safe and allowed. It's definitely allowed. Whether or not you agree with using someone's preferred pronouns, not doing so is at most rude and certainly breaks no laws, Musk said on Twitter in a reply to the original thread posted by Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring. I should note that I do personally use someone's preferred pronouns, just as I use someone's preferred name, simply from the standpoint of good manners. However, for the same reason, I object to rude behavior, ostracism, or threats of violence if the wrong pronoun or name is being used. Pretty based, Elon. Pretty based, Elon. I got to agree with you. Well, yeah, I guess in social situations, maybe just not to be rude. You kind of go along with it and call them what they want to be called. But I just kind of try to avoid those people. If they're the type of person that I'm going to have to change my moral and ethical view of the world, and I'm going to have to lie. And I'm a Christian. I'm not supposed to lie. I'm a man. I'm not supposed to lie. I'm supposed to be honest and truthful. I could be wrong about things, but I should never blatantly lie to people as a man, right? So if I know that you're a man. I'm lying to you and I'm lying to myself if I call you what you want to be called. I'm embracing your delusion and I'm harming you. That's harmful. It's harmful to embrace people and enable them in their delusions. So to avoid that whole situation, I just kind of stay away from it. And since I live in a very liberal, very woke Salt Lake City, we got rainbows everywhere. We got a huge pride parade right down the street from me every day this month. Everything's set up for pride this month. It's very degenerate and it's everywhere. It's all around me. So I pretty much have to just be an antisocial recluse and not talk to people because I don't want to be in that situation where to make somebody feel good, and it's really not making them feel good. It's temporarily making them feel good that somebody like me would go against my moral foundations just to placate you and make you happy. It's a temporary pleasure boost for them, a little dopamine hit. Oh, I got Josh to call me what I'm not. It gives them a little dopamine hit, but in the long run, you're just adding to their destruction, and it's not good. So I kind of just try to avoid those people, and it sucks because some of them might be nice people. Maybe not. I don't know. They're all kind of, I don't know. But yeah, I just try to avoid that situation in entirety. But yeah, so Elon's saying, that's not a problem. That's not harmful. It's not dangerous. I would argue it's dangerous and harmful to go along with it. So based Elon. And last but not least, if you saw the beginning of the show, this is just a throwback. This is just a little throwback for Pride Month. You guys remember when Blue's Clues did freaking Pride Month and they had a cartoon drag queen voiced by the actual, this is like a famous drag queen. You've probably seen him in the Better Help commercials. Blue's Clues kind of lightened his skin up a little bit, but that's a cartoon, but
It's a man, baby.
But yeah, Blue's Clues did this.
Hey, Blue, look at all these families. Hi, families. It's time for a pride parade. Families marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Families marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah.
For copyright purposes, we got to play it at 1.5 speed, but this was on Blue's Clues like a couple years ago or a year ago. Just want to keep it fresh in your memory. It's Pride Month, and we got to see, Target is not the first company to target your children. Oh, no. Nickelodeon, Netflix, Disney, they're all doing it, and they've all been doing it for a long time. You ever seen Care Bears? They've been doing this. You ever seen Queer Eye for the Straight Guy or Will and Grace? They've been slowly creeping this into the media and slowly normalizing it and destigmatizing it with words like partner and non-gendered language and erasing heteronormativity from the world. They've been doing this for a long time. It is a concerted effort to destroy your children and make them think that this stuff is normal. If a kid knows a transformer or a homosexual person as a child, it like multiplies their chances innumerably larger chances that they're going to become that thing. So, and that also increases their chances of their suicidality rates. So, that's a automatic perfect argument against gay adoption, gay couples adopted people, because each parent is going to increase their chances likelihood of becoming homosexual if they have homosexual parents, and that's going to increase their chances of suicidality, which is harmful for children, which is a great debate for, or a great argument for why we should not allow homosexual adoption. But let's watch this for a little bit.
This family has two mommies, they love each other so proudly, and they all go marching in the big parade. Families marching 2 by 2, hurrah,
it's really loud, guys.
Families marching 2 by 2, hurrah, hurrah. This family has two daddies, they love each other so proudly, and they all go marching in the big parade. Come on, friends. Families marching 3 by 3, hurrah, hurrah. Families marching 3 by 3, hurrah, hurrah. These papas are non-binary, they love each other so proudly, and
these what? And it's not just a non-binary dolphin. You got to have the whole ableist. You can't be ableist, right? So it's not just a non-binary dolphin. It's a Stephen Hawking dolphin. It's a purple Stephen Hawking dolphin in a wheelchair who talks through a computer. Hello, I am a gay non-binary dolphin. Nah. What does Flipper say? This dolphin is not Flipper. What does Flipper say about all this mess? Flipper says, straight up.
They all go marching in the big parade.
They'll say
Families
much.
marching 4x4, hurrah, hurrah. Families marching 4x4, hurrah.
All right, that's enough of that. I'm sick. I'm about to throw up. Enough of that. Now let's move on to some lighter news. That's all of our weird sess stuff in the news.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I played the wrong sound effect. I meant to play
Beta.
That's all we have for weird sess stuff in the news, but it's not over yet. We are going to Bible thump hard. We're going to thump them in the head with the Bible at the end of the show. Let's burn through this regular rapid fire news real quick to move on to a lighter note. You know, we were just on some real dark. It seemed very bright. All that pride stuff seemed very bright. But I'm going to take it to a lighter note. We're going to just jump to a lighter news story, you know, something more happy, something more, you know, a fun news story. Little lighter note. Calm everything down. Cheer everything up. Just think about rainbows as I read this story from NBC News. 45 bags of human remains found in western Mexico amid search for missing call center workers.
Murderers. Yeah. Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
We got a lighter story for you. 45 bags of human remains found in Mexico. What's up, man? Godson. Yeah, hell said. Yeah. Yep, that's dumb. Stick around, bro. Yeah, he didn't want to stick around. What's up, Smug Squag? You got a Tails image. I guess he left. Let's read a lighter news story. News from Mexico. 45 bags of human remains found in western Mexico. Investigators were searching for 7 young call center workers who went missing in Jalisco when they made a gruesome discovery in a 40-meter deep ravine, according to officials. 45 bags filled with human remains were found in the western Mexican state of Jalisco on Tuesday, officials said. Investigators with Jalisco's, I don't know if I'm saying that right, state prosecutor's office were searching for 7 young call center workers when they made a gruesome discovery in a 40-meter deep ravine, according to the statement. The call center workers disappeared last week from the Jardines, Vallarta, and La Estancia neighborhoods in Jalisco. So it's not just American violence. There's violence everywhere. We got to be fair. They need a crucifixion. Yeah. They need a 5-fold ministry. The state prosecutor's office is continuing to search for the employees. It's not clear if the remains belong to them. 45 bags of human remains. That's crazy in Malexico. Molestico. At least 45 bags belonging to both men and women were found. So, crazy story from Mexico. Maybe we'll keep you updated on that. Maybe not. I just wanted a lighter story. You know, after we talked about all the pride stuff, we needed to move to something lighter. Apparently, Chuck Todd from NBC News is leaving. I don't really watch a lot of TV news, but people were talking about this. It's just interesting that you see all the media companies are Don Lemon, Tucker Carlson, this Chuck Todd guy. They're kind of the Mockingbird media is revamping, you know, changing the whole landscape of the media. So this Chuck Todd guy is out. Apparently he's a dork, so not a big story there. We got a giant fire. Oh, I didn't talk about the Kellogg school thing. Sorry, stubborn one. Yeah, this Kellogg, Idaho graduation postponed after walkout. We'll play the news story. Here in a bit. Let me just finish this rapid fire news real quick. 8:39. We got 9 viewers. Everybody hit that like button. What's up, everybody? Shout out. Campfire on private land sparked 3,000-acre wildfire in northern Michigan. So, you know, we got the fires coming, the pillars of fire. State Department of National Resources. This is from mlive.com. State Department of National Resources said that a large fire in northern Michigan was caused by a campfire on private property. The fire has burned 3,000 acres, state officials said. The fire is 85% contained. So we got big wildfires going on in Michigan. Let's move on. Just rapid fire news, just some random stories. You guys hear this story about California is investigating from CNN after a private jet carrying migrants arrived in Sacramento officials say. So apparently, like 12 migrants showed up at a church. They were flown in on a private jet, but the jet came from Texas. But apparently, AG Bonta believes the Florida government was behind the arrival of 16 migrants in Sacramento. So let's read a little bit from CNN. An investigation is underway after over a dozen migrants arrived in Sacramento, California by private jet. They got flown on a private jet. So regardless of whoever did this, I guess it's like a political stunt, maybe doing the whole Martha's Vineyard thing, send them to a Democrat sanctuary city. We don't want them here. But bro, you're flying these people to some of the greatest places in the country on private jets. Like, no, just send them back home. Just send them back home. Stop carting them. You don't get respect as a Republican for me for sending a migrant that ends up in your red state to a blue state, because that's still part of America and that still affects us. So you sent them from Florida to California. They're just going to vote. They're just going to vote for Joe Biden in California. Like, no, send them home. I'll be impressed if you send them home. I'm not impressed by you spending all our taxpayer money to send these immigrants to California and Martha's Vineyard and DC. It's funny. It's a meme. Okay, one time, I get it. Haha, funny. DeSantis and Abbott, funny. But cut it out now. But apparently these migrants came from Texas. But California AG Bonta is blaming Florida. So it's kind of an interesting story. California officials on Saturday met with the group who had documentation purporting to be from the government of the state of Florida. The immigrants were taken from Texas to New Mexico, then flown by private charter jet to California. But they had documentation that said they were from Florida, where they were dumped on the doorstep of a local church without any advance warning, Newsom said in a statement. The state's attorney general is investigating the incident and evaluating potential criminal or civil action against those who transported or arranged for the transport of these vulnerable immigrants. And then from KCRA3 News, they say, Bonta said Ron DeSantis used the same private plane company and same vendors to promise the migrants jobs, remove them from Texas, send them to New Mexico, and drop them in Sacramento with no resources. This sounds kind of like a hit piece. Like, why is Ron DeSantis taking immigrants out of Texas, then New Mexico? How does he have the power to do this from Florida? I don't know if maybe they're just trying to smear DeSantis with this. Maybe Abbott did it. They're trying to smear DeSantis because he's running for president and Abbott isn't. Regardless of who did it, I don't think any criminal charges will stick. These cities are sanctuary cities. They want these people, so why are they complaining? It's kind of hypocritical of them. And at the same time, I will critique whichever, if it was a Republican governor who did this, I will critique them. Stop it. Okay, we got the point with the Martha's Vineyard stunt. Send them back to Mexico. Stop sending them to other blue states where they're just going to get IDs, they're going to get put up in a hotel, and they're going to vote for Biden. That's not helping us. That's not helping us. And if you think that I'm not based enough or you disagree with what I'm saying, then sorry about it. Haha, let's go. They don't need it. They're pretty on the nose with it these days. Yeah. Next crusades are going up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. We got a couple other stories. We got some Chinese-Taiwan war propaganda set up. You know, we got to have lots of proxy wars that we have no business being involved in that we can donate money to and raise the debt and all that, raise the imaginary debt and keep funding wars with other countries, imaginary wars that we have nothing to do with. So we got some China-Taiwan propaganda and some Ukraine propaganda. A Chinese warship from Reuters passed in an unsafe manner near a destroyer in the Taiwan Strait. Let's watch this video. We've talked about the China-Taiwan thing before, so just a little update on what's going on. Apparently, this is the second aggressive maneuver in the past week from China towards Taiwan. Let's watch this clip real quick and see. It passed a ship in an aggressive maneuver. It's threatening, but nothing really happened. Close encounter with a U.S. destroyer in Taiwan Strait. A warship versus a destroyer. Like, I was never in the Navy. I'm not like a naval expert, but I did play Battleship, And you don't take a warship against a destroyer if you're serious. This seems like propaganda to me. Got to get the people behind it. So when we start donating billions of dollars to Taiwan, just like we're donating billions of dollars to Ukraine, and our gas prices go even higher, and our food prices go even higher, and the food shortage begins, and the power grid starts breaking down, they can blame it all on the fact that we have to save Ukraine and Taiwan. We must send all of our money to the Ukraine and Taiwan so they can crash the dollar and bring in the digital currency and one world government and all that stuff. So just, remember, when we start sending money to Taiwan to save the Taiwan people from the encroaching Chinese people who are just trying to take back their land, getting involved in stuff we have no business in, which really doesn't affect anything except chip production, which we should just be producing our own chips. Just remember that I said it. Ooh, that's close. Hard to tell from the picture since the Earth is round. You can't really see all of the ship, and we have inversion on the surface of the water and some miraging effect. That's due to the curvature of the Earth, so it's hard to really see how close it is from this distance. We have visual, light infraction and all these different things, light bouncing off the surface of the water with the curvature of the Earth kind of mirages and hides the ship behind. So it's hard to tell really how close it is due to the curvature of the Earth, but let's watch. It's also, we can't tell which one is the Chinese ship and which is the warship and which is the destroyer. So was the one ship going this way and the other ship passed close in front of it, or was the one ship going this way and the other ship tried to sideswipe it? You can't really tell who's the aggressor in this video. Kind of boring, but this is supposed to rile you up so that when we start sending money to Taiwan, you say, well, remember when that ship almost crashed into that Taiwanese destroyer? Remember that? That was horrible. That was like the ghost of Kiev. We got to make sure they have fighter jets. Speaking of Ukraine propaganda, anti-Kremlin fighters say Russian soldiers were captured, according to BBC News. Updates on the Ukraine war. Fighters opposed to the government in Moscow say they have captured some Russian soldiers in Belgorod, near the border with Ukraine. Belgorod's top official replied to say he had agreed to meet the men's captors if the soldiers were still alive. But later, the fighters said that the governor had not found the courage to meet them, and they would hand over their captives to Ukraine. Russia has blamed Ukraine for recent attacks in its border territories. Kiev denies being directly involved. The Russian army said on Sunday its artillery had hit a terrorist group near the village of Novaya Tavozanka, adding that the enemy scattered and retreated. Earlier, a group of paramilitaries issued a message to the Telegram app saying they had captured 2 men, but would hand them over if Belgorod Governor Vashkeleshlev Gladkov agreed to talks. The video purported to show both captives, although the BBC has been unable to independently verify their identities. Of course not. BBC can't independently verify much, apparently. It's Russia week. Chinese jet came close by a spy jet too. That was a couple weeks ago. I already talked about that. I talked about that a couple weeks ago. Yeah, we've been done talked about that, Freddie. Come on, keep up, bruh. We talked about that like a month ago. That's old news. That's stale news. And that's it. That's all our updates. We got immigration updates, China-Taiwan propaganda, Russia-Ukraine propaganda, and that's it for the rapid fire news, guys. I'm gonna take one more break. We still got 2 more songs. We still got 2 more Pride Month songs. I'm gonna take a last break before we get into the last segment of the show, and it's gonna be a doozy, guys. It's gonna be a doozy. So I'll be right back around 9 o'clock my time. Well, before that, but we'll be starting the last segment around 9 o'clock my time, and we got a lot of Bible thumping to do. We got a lot of verses to look at. We're gonna do some serious Pride Month Bible thump. That's what we're calling this, the Pride Month Bible thump. I'm not gonna I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a homophobic person. I don't hate the gay people. I don't hate the transgender people. I love them as Christ told me, as Christ commands me to love even my enemy. Love my brother, love my neighbor, love my enemy. So we have to love them. So we're going to love them with a little bit of fivefold ministry and with a little bit of Bible thumping. We're going to thump them over the head with scriptures, guys. So stick around for that. I'm going to play another Tyson James song, and then we'll end with a Bryson Gray song. We got a brand new song from Tyson James and his son, Toby James. Still two genders. Last year we got two genders. This year we got still two genders. Still two genders from Tyson James as I take my last break of the show. Enjoy this song, guys. Toby James. I don't know if Tyson wrote this or if his son wrote it, but his son's pretty cool. He's just like his daddy. Listen to this song, and I will be right back, guys.
Well, here we are in 2023. And, pretty sure there's still only two genders.
Toby James coming in hot. What are we talking about? What is the plot? If you are a Susie, you can't be a Scott. I know it's a doozy, can't be what you're not. Ain't getting to heaven with nail paint. It's gonna be hot where you're going, that's Hellgate. They gon' have fun with your soul, gon' be jailbait. There's only two, you put more weight, it felt great. I'm homeschooled, I don't follow them. They look like alien hollow men. He coming back, he gon' swallow them. I follow God and I'll never acknowledge them. I look around, I see a circus. All of these trannies are making me nervous, but I serve a big God and I got a purpose. All of these demons will burn in the furnace.
Every day, new gender. I post the truth to the youth and you censor. Can't seem to get rid of me, do better. It's 2023 and still there is only two genders. Two genders. I quote the facts, you delete, you too tender. Man, y'all gotta do better. I love the Bible and it says there's only two genders. Exactly 1 year later, it's still two genders, just 1 year greater. I got a brand new slew of weird haters. Blue-haired pierced, they're clear, the weird waiter. Target went woke, Bud Light went broke. I remember warning people yelling about the slope. But everybody thought it was a joke. Now a pedo was the president, you thought it was a hoax. But here we are in 2023, where he can be she, and she can be he, and he can be them, and they can be Z. All these feminine men, and they calling it free, y'all lost it. And who's this conservative ant? Y'all think it's cool that he yearns for a man? Shameful, I'm already discerning a plan. The right went left, y'all a turd in the can, man. Every day, new gender. I post the truth to the youth and you censor. Can't seem to get rid of me, do better. It's 2023 and still there is only two genders. Two genders. I quote the facts, you delete, you too tender. Man, y'all gotta do better. I love the Bible and it says there's only two genders.
You ready? How many genders are there?
All right, let's go. Tyson James, shout out. Shout out. Still two genders, guys. Yes. Before we move on to the Bible thumping, we'll talk about this Kellogg High School. Requested by our viewer, Stubborn One. Shout out Lord Spike Protein in the chat. Shout out, shout out. We're about to be thumping them over the head. We're about to be thumping Pride Month over the head. Pride, promise, not pride. But first, let me do one more news story. Let me do one last news story before we get to the thumping. Kellogg High School postpones graduation due to safety. Saturday due to safety. Disciplinary decision for one of the seniors. As a result, Saturday's more than 30 students walked out Friday in protest of a disciplinary decision for one of the seniors. As a result, Saturday's graduation ceremony is postponed. The Kellogg School District released a statement Friday canceling graduation ceremony set for Saturday due to safety concerns for students, staff, and families. More than 30 Kellogg High School students walked out. They're not saying what the disciplinary decision was about. Let's see. I'm looking through the article. The seniors got to say one piece of advice or one thing they wanted to tell the rest of the school, and he said, "Boys are boys and girls are girls, and there's no in between," said Yeager Hall. Hall is my well, not my last name, but my brother's I don't want to dox them, but that's my that's my stepdad's last name, my dad. Junior at Kellogg High School, we could see on the face of some of the teachers they weren't happy with this comment. So he said for his last speech thing, for his high school quote or whatever, boys are boys and girls are girls. There's no in between. Then they disciplined him. They said he couldn't walk, so 30 students walked out. Let's watch this news report on it, see if we got anything interesting.
I'd like to thank everybody here for supporting me. They're still not going to let me walk, but they can't take my diploma from me.
Students at one Inland Northwest High School walking out of class to stand in solidarity with a student not allowed to attend his commencement. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Corey Howard. Stephanie and Sean are off tonight. More than 70 graduates at Kellogg High School won't get their diplomas as scheduled tomorrow. The school district postponing the ceremony, citing safety concerns. It all started last month when the teen went off script during an assembly. Nonstop Local's Guy Tannenbaum is live outside the school right now with the fallout from today's actions by students. Guy?
Corey, this happened earlier this week when 18-year-old senior Travis Lohr made some controversial comments at an assembly where the seniors were supposed to give advice to the younger classmen at the school. He says he previously wrote something but decided the day of the assembly that's not what he wanted to say, and he says
shout out Idaho.
Staff never told him he couldn't change his comments. I caught up with him today and asked him what he said.
I said guys are guys.
Hey, look at this.
Girls are...
Look at this base kid. And look at all the kids behind him. They're pissed. And look, this guy's black. He's, you know, there's some good ones out there.
Girls, there's no in between. I think a lot of people thought that my statement was against people or against groups, and it wasn't targeted at any group.
Wait, it said Jaeger Hall. This guy's name is Travis.
There was a walkout of students Friday.
It said Jaeger Hall in the other report. This says his name is Travis Knoll or something.
In support of Lohr and a rally at a park here in Kellogg, which is what you're seeing footage of now. Lohr says school staff did make seniors sign a form before the assembly that said they wouldn't say anything discriminatory in their comments and that he thought through the potential consequences of his actions beforehand, but says he doesn't regret what he said and stands by it.
This is positive news, man. More positive news.
I don't hate gay people and I don't hate transgender people. They're entitled to do what they want to do, just like I am.
I caught up with Kellogg School Superintendent Lance Pearson Friday afternoon about the situation.
Are you able to speak at all about controversial what's been going on, what led up to
That's
this
really dangerous. They were worried about the safety of the students.
Under FERPA guidelines, I am not allowed to speak about the specifics of a disciplinary action.
They were worried about the safety of students, so they postponed the graduation because of the controversial statement, boys are boys and girls are girls. There's no in between.
With students.
Of course, FERPA, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, prohibiting Pearson from talking specifically about what led up to suspending Lohr, but insisting it wasn't a First Amendment issue.
It was not a First Amendment issue.
But other than that, you can't elaborate.
No.
Pearson told...
It is a First Amendment issue, so... But apparently, they have rescheduled it. He's going to get his diploma, unless there's more newer updates that says he gets to walk. But yeah, cool story. Another positive story. Maybe we can take the country back, guys. Who knows? Maybe it's not completely lost, you know? You can't give up hope. You got to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Hope for the best, but expect the worst. And then when you expect the worst, you prepare for the worst. That doesn't mean that the worst is going to happen. It doesn't have to happen. You still want to proactively do things to make the worst not happen, but still expect the worst and prepare for it. But hope for the best. Pray for the best. That's right. All right, guys. It's that time of the show. We're about to do some Promise Not Pride Bible thumping. It's that time. The Pride Month Bible thump. What does the Bible say about pride, homosexuality, degeneracy? We're going to talk about Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to talk about the rainbow. Where did the rainbow come from? I got lots and lots of verses. We're going to start this off with a verse in Proverbs. An oldie but a goodie. A classic verse from Proverbs. This is Proverbs 16:18, just to get us started off. In celebration of Pride Month, Rainbow Month, bust out your bibliotext. Go to Proverbs 16:18 and 19. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be of the humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. It's better to be of a humble spirit with the lowly people than to divide the spoils with the proud. Pride go before destruction, and a haughty spirit before the fall. Pretty base. That's what we're going to use to get us started off. Proverbs 16, 18, and 19 to get us started off. Now, first, to start this off, after that little intro there, we're going to start with the Old Testament. We're going to start with the Old Testament, Pride Month, the rainbow. We talk about promise, not pride. So we're going to do a little Bible thumping, where the original symbol of the rainbow comes, and why Satan and his minions want to co-opt the rainbow, and they want to take it and they want to twist it. They want to take it and they want to twist it, and they want to make it evil. If you notice, the rainbow of the LGBT community only has 6 colors. I don't know if these people are just dumb. That's why I say LGBT, low IQ, STD. The low IQ part, maybe it's just because they're dumb and they don't realize they never learned Roy G. Biv. There's 7 colors in a rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And it's a spectrum. They like the word spectrum, so they should know. But their flag only has 6 colors. And then they start adding brown and black to it, and they add the triangle for the trans people to it, and they add the yellow circle. I don't even know what that means, like interplanetary or something. I think they come from the sun. I don't know, or Mars or something. I don't know what the circle means. But the original symbol of the rainbow, which is why you'll hear Christians talking about we got to take the rainbow back, is because it was our symbol first. It was our symbol first. So let's look at the rainbow. We're going to go to the Old Testament. We'll start in the Old Testament, and we'll work our way to the New Testament. We'll do some Leviticus reading. We'll talk about the laws, and then we'll talk about the old law and the new law, how the old law fell away. But anything reiterated in the New Testament is part of, as if it's reiterated in the New Testament, it stands to this day. To this day. Beastie Boys song, Freedom Foundation, Kellogg. Why is Kim Kardashian? Because it's Pride Month, guys. It's Pride Month. I want to make sure that the young men who stumble upon this channel, we need a little heteronormativity. It's not Kim Kardashian, though. It's just some thought. It's just some thought on my t-shirt. We need some heteronormativity in here, man. We need beautiful half-naked women. Might be a sin. I don't know. Probably bad that I'm Bible thumping wearing this shirt, but it's just a statement. We need some more heteronormativity in here. We need, I'd rather men be looking at women than dudes. Is there something wrong with that? We're promoting relationships with beautiful women. Get married, make babies. Doesn't this make you want to get married and make a baby? I think it does. I think it does. All right, where are we going to start first? We're going to go to Genesis 9:11 through 15 first to start us off. I got so many bookmarks in here. All right, first, Genesis 9:11 through 15. This is the story of the rainbow. This is where the rainbow, the promise, not pride, where the story of the rainbow comes from. So this is God talking to Noah after the flood. He's wiped the world out with a large flood because there was degeneracy everywhere. There was no righteous men on the face of the earth except for Noah and his family. And God wiped out the world with a flood. Every civilization, every culture, every religion talks about a great flood. So that doesn't disprove the Bible. That actually credits it. That proves it to be true. And if you hear about Gilgamesh, you hear about the story of Gilgamesh from some ancient text. They talk about Gilgamesh in the flood. It's not 2 different floods, and it's not 2 different survivors of the flood. It's the same flood, and it's the same story, and it's the same survivors. It's just different tellings of that story, okay? Which gives credit to the story. It validates the story. It doesn't discredit it, the fact that multiple cultures wrote about the same thing. So let's read this. Genesis 9:11 through 16. I think we're going to 16. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there be any more a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, And this is the King James Version. In other versions, it will say rainbow. He's talking about the rainbow. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. So that's the true story of the rainbow. Okay, it's God's promise. He destroyed the world in a flood. He's not going to do it again. That's the true story of the flood. Okay, or of the rainbow, where the rainbow comes, what the symbol of the rainbow means. So it's either that, or it's just reflection of light through water droplets and condensation in the clouds that makes us, separates the light spectrum. So instead of seeing white light, we see red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, if you're a more scientific-based person. But regardless, what it is not is a sign of homosexuality and lesbianism and transgenderism. That's what it's not. It is not that. So we're going to take back the rainbow. The rainbow does not have to be a symbol of degeneracy. It's a symbol of the love of God. That God keeps his promises. Okay? So that's the true story of the rainbow. Now, let's go before we go on to what do you want to do? You want to do homosexuality or transgenderism first? Which do you want to do? Let's start with transgenderism because that's probably the more egregious of them. Yes, KJV. That's probably the more egregious of them. So, what does the Bible say about transgenderism? Are there more than one? How many genders are there? Are there 2 genders? Let's see what the Bible has to say about it. We're going to go to Genesis 1:27, all the way in the beginning. All the way in the beginning, Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Now, some people will say what it says there, he created he them, that makes allowances that he created non-binary people or they thems. It's a stupid twisting of the Bible. That's Satan. That's Satan working. Do not listen to that nonsense. He's just saying her and him. And also it says he made him in his image, and then he made the woman from the man. Okay? And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon it. So, really, the important verse there is 27. He created man in his own image. The image he created, he, him, male, and created and female created he them. Okay? That's not some transgender language. That's some biblical language. But it's interesting the way that they'll take the they, them, and he, them, and all that stuff, and they'll twist it. That's Satan doing his job. That's Satan doing his job. We reiterate this in the New Testament because I want to make sure that nobody can say, because in a little bit we're going to talk about how the old law falls away and the new law takes its place. So I want to make sure nobody calls me a hypocrite and says, well, I thought the old law fell away. Why are you reading from just the Old Testament? Oh, no. We're going to go to the New Testament as well. For the same example, we're going to go to Mark 10, 6 through 9. It's right here. Mark 10, 6 through 9. But from the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. For this cause, and it's not, there's no comma after them. It's not God made them, God made male, and God made female. No, it's God made them, male and female. Okay? For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother to cleave to his wife. Man, wife, woman, man, woman, wife, husband. That's it. That's the only way it works. That's the only way that it works. Anything else is a deception. It's a lie. It's wicked. And they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. So it's reiterated in the New Testament, and that's words of Jesus in red. That's Jesus talking in Mark 10, 6 through 9. So we see it's in the old law and it's in the new law. Okay? So there's the addressing the whole transgender, since you'll hear these people say they don't ever mention transgenderism in the Bible. There's nothing in the Bible against homosexuality. That's what we're gonna thump them over the head with love with tonight. Okay, that's what we're here to debunk that claim. Echo, you sneezing like a mug, dude. You got snot all over you, my boy. Dang, bruh. You old snotty head, snotty nose. All right, now let's move on. We did the transgenderism stuff. Let's move on to the homosexuality, and then at the end we'll get into some punishments. First, we're gonna talk about Sodom and Gomorrah. Actually, before we get into that, let's jump to Sodom and Gomorrah. Have you read the Torah? Let me inform you. They burnt the whole city to ashes, and now I've been sent here to warn you. Let's see what the chat's saying. John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. There's actually a one that I like a little more than John 3:16. John 3:16 is very happy. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard me talk about John 3:16 Christians. If you ever see these Unitarian churches with like rainbow flags outside the church, they dwell on John 3:16. And I'm not there's nothing wrong with John 3:16. I'm just saying they'll say, well, that means basically as long as I accept Jesus, I could do whatever I want. As long as I believe in Jesus, I could do whatever I want. I could be a homosexual. Jesus loves me and I accept him, so I'm going to heaven. But Satan accepts Jesus too. Satan believes in him. So if Satan, whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life, Satan believes in Jesus, and Satan doesn't perish, and Satan does have everlasting life. So you gotta build on it more than that. But I'm not trying to say nothing bad about John 3:16. But there is another verse a little later. I always forget it, but it's a little more. It's got a little bit more wrath in it. It's a little more persuasive, you could say. But let's look at Sodom and Gomorrah, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. This is a long story, and we're actually going to read most of it. It's Genesis 19. Hold on one second. Did I read this already? Oh, also for the man, it's also in Genesis 5. This is the book of generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them and called their names Adam. This is interesting. Something I'm sure I've read it, but male and female created he them and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. So in Genesis 5, it says he named them Adam because they were one flesh, which is interesting. Maybe she wasn't Eve until she separated from her husband and ate of the fruit. Maybe that's when she got the name Eve, but they were basically one flesh. She shared her husband's name. Interesting. Well, let's look at Sodom and Gomorrah. This is Genesis 19. Pretty much the whole chapter. We're going to read to verse 28. This is going to be a long one, guys. So just bear with me. But it's important, Make sure we've heard the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. And there came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, nay, but we will abide in the streets at night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, encompassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have two daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye unto them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. That's kind of crazy. So Lot actually offers his daughters up to the soldiers who are trying to get to the angels, which he has inside of his house. He offers his daughters to them to protect the angels, that's kind of crazy. I don't even, and Lot was the most righteous man, and he still did this. And that just, it kind of lends to how degenerate the city is, or it lends to the fact that you have to put God in his right way before everything, even your children, which is sometimes hard for people to grasp, but take it how you will. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need to be judged. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the man said unto Lot, hast thou here any besides, son-in-law and thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke unto his son-in-law, which married his daughter, and said, up, get ye out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, and the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, and the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and sent him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, escape to the mountains, lest thou be consumed. Get out of the city. Get out of the city. The city's about to be burned down. Go escape to the mountains and do not look back. This is what God told Lot. And Lot said to them, oh, not so, my Lord. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold, now the city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. So Lot's pleading with God. He's saying, can I not go to the mountains? Can I go to that little city over there? God said, no, you're not going to that little city over there. And he said to him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city, for which thou hast spoken. Hasten thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou become thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zorah. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the plain and the inhabitants of the cities, that which grow upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. So God brought down a pillar of fire upon Sodom and Gomorrah, and he said, don't look back. And Lot's wife looked back, and God turned her into a pillar of salt. So the moral of the story is, when God says go, you go. You don't ask questions. You don't try to bargain and barter with God. You leave. And if your wife doesn't listen to you and obey your orders, then she's going to suffer. If Lot had followed his wife and had turned around when his wife turned around, Lot would be a pillar of salt too. So you must lead and she must follow. You must do as the Lord commands. That's the order of God. Christ hadn't come to earth yet. So it was God, man, woman. The woman looked back. She became a pillar of salt. And that's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. They're a bunch of degenerates. And that's where we get the word sodomy from. Sodomy is a word that means unnatural sex. A lot of people think it just means, I don't even want to say this, booty stuff. A lot of people think it just means butt stuff, but it doesn't. It's any form of unnatural sex. So oral sex is sodomy. Lesbian scissoring, that's sodomy. That's why I say there's really no such thing as homosexuality. It's an oxymoron, because sex means a P and a V. Sex means a P and a V. That's it. That's what sex means. Anything else is unnatural, and it's called sodomy. So there's no such thing as a homosexual. There's only such thing as a homosodomule. So if they want to use these words and they want to try to control us with words and, try to control language and normalize things and destigmatize things, let's be accurate with our words and let's just call them homosodomules. Pretty much. Probably talked too much. She was slow. Merciful. I thought we boycotted Target years ago for dissing Salvation Army and Santa Claus. They were using the government to fail. No one was shopping there anyway. Yeah, only women shop at. Hey, what up, Kane Cardova? Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Never seen you in the chat. Welcome. Boycott Target and Bud Light. Based. Merciful. Get to the mountains, boy. Facts. Robbie has a very cool theory on aliens. Shout out, Robbie. It's hijacked like the rainbow. Yep. I believe the aliens seek us out because we were made in his image. Spike. Robbie, same here. John 3:16. My favorite verse. Nice. All right. Let's keep going. So that's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, just to give you some background before we get into what the Bible really says about homosexuality. So now we're going to go to Leviticus. Leviticus, you got to be careful because the argument that these people will use, if you ever get into a discussion with one of these people and you want to be biblical, what they'll say when you start quoting Leviticus is they'll say, well, in that same book, it talks about wearing clothing of different materials and eating shellfish. Do you ever eat shellfish? Oh, you must be an abomination. Do you ever wear clothes of different materials? Oh, well, you must be an abomination. But no, my friend. These people don't know what they're talking about. Don't let Satan twist the Bible around. The book of Leviticus is a book of laws. That's what Leviticus means. It's laws. It's all a book of laws. Throughout Leviticus, there are different types of laws. There's some ceremonial laws, like how to do a wedding and how a wedding's supposed to go and how not a baptism, but different religious ceremonies. There's ceremonial laws for how ceremonies are supposed to be held and how they're supposed to go. Then there's tribal laws. So in the Old Testament, there's really not, it's not about racism. It's about tribalism. And the whole Bible, it's like that. They're never talking about skin color or race. That's why the whole idea of race it actually is a social construct. It's just we see colors, and we see people of certain colors acting a certain way because media and society basically pushes people of a certain race to act a certain way, and then we get racism from Marxist ideologies. But in reality, it's tribalism or nationalism. It's the nations. There's different nations. There are different tribes. Some tribes do things some way. Some tribes do things different way. So to separate yourselves, because everybody in that area looked the same for the most part, to separate yourself from the other tribes, you would wear different types of clothing. This tribe may only wear this type of cotton, and this tribe may only wear this sort of straw or whatever they had. This tribe wears this color, and this tribe wears this color. And so tribal laws, you have ceremonial laws, you have all sorts of laws throughout Leviticus. The whole book is full of laws, and it's a very drawn out book, okay? But one thing you also have is moral laws. Moral laws do not change. Moral laws, God's ways and God's moral laws do not change. So that's why we're going to see them reiterated many times throughout the New Testament. But this is just, you have to be careful because these LGBT people will try to twist the word of God. They'll say, I'm a Christian and my church loves gay people. I mean, you're supposed to love gay people. You know what I'm saying? My church accepts us and we have rainbow flags at my church, and the old law fell away, so you can't be going off of Leviticus. No. You need to know how to properly discern the word. You need to know how to understand Leviticus. So in Leviticus, we got Leviticus 18:22 through 24 and Leviticus 20:13. This is laws of morality and justice, moral law and just law. Okay. So Leviticus 18:22 through 24. And all of Leviticus 18 is about sexual things. It talks about incest. It talks about bestiality. It talks about don't sleep with your father's daughter, or don't sleep with your your stepsister, blah, 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 blah. Don't look on their nakedness. For verses and verses, it's all about sexual immorality. So that's what this book of Leviticus 18, chapter 18, that's what this section of Leviticus is specifically talking about. Sexual morality, okay? Leviticus 18, 22 through 24. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself, wherewith neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast before you. And then when we go on to Leviticus 20:13, these are penalties for immorality. So this is moral law and the punishments for these moral laws. Leviticus 20:13. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. That's it. That's it. And just as in 19, as it tells you about the moral law, and then in chapter 20, it tells you about the punishments for breaking these moral laws. And this is amongst every tribe. This is for all the nations. Any nation who does this will be defiled. Any man or woman who does this will be defiled. So it talks about bestiality. It talks about incest. It talks about all these things in these verses. And all this stuff is being normalized. We see porn normalizing incest with the stepbrother, stepsister porn. We see bestiality being normalized through pedophilia. Through the furry community. We see PDFs being normalized, which actually there's not much about that biblically, because I don't want to say too much, but our societal laws are not quite the same as some of the where the biblical law would stand on some of these things. And but in our society, there are some things that are abnormal. And I agree those things should be abnormal, and we should not normalize them. So when we see things like MAPS, minor attracted persons, to destigmatize PDF files, that's horrible. That's wicked. That's not good. I think we've realized that, you need to be competent to make decisions. You cannot make life-altering decisions before a certain age. You can't smoke before a certain age. You can't drink before a certain age. You shouldn't be able to cut off your genitals before a certain age. You shouldn't be able to be put on any sort of medications before a certain age. And we don't sleep with people before a certain age. And I think that's because as Christians, and the way that society is developed, maybe back then, girls got more mature at a younger age. People lived less time. You'll often hear this debated amongst Muslim communities, and back then people didn't live as long, and unless we're talking about the golden ages where people lived 900 years, and then we see people having babies like Sarah when they're like 100 years old. But for the most part, in biblical times, people didn't live as long. People matured younger. You didn't have time to be a child. You had to survive, and you had to populate the earth. You had to be fruitful and multiply. So there was stuff happening at younger ages, is what I'm saying. But it does talk about incest. It does talk about bestiality. And it does talk about doing things with children before a specific age. That is wrong. So, and now as a society, as lifespans have gotten longer and society has changed and people have gotten stupider and we've gotten more separated from God, the age of maturity has gotten older. Okay, I'll say that. I do believe in the Old Testament people were closer to God, but it was also harder to be righteous because you had to do sacrifices and things like that, which is why the new law, which is why Jesus came to save us and made everything more simple. But it also made a big change in things. There was a big change when Jesus came. And as society has developed, things have changed. But again, let's get off that topic. Let's get off that topic. That's a touchy one. Trying to turn in Josh is so good at breaking down scripts. Thank you, Robbie. Trying to turn in, but I can't. I really enjoy his Bible breakdowns too. Thank you, guys. So there's the law and there's the punishment in the Old Testament. Now we're going to jump ahead to the New Testament, and this is all throughout the Bible. Let's see. We're going to end on Romans, but let's see where it's reiterated in Corinthians. Corinthians 6, we're going to go 9 through 11, and then 17 through 19. This is about marriages and celibacy and sexual morality. They're reiterating what was said in Leviticus, the old law, in the new law. So this shows us that it's still true to this day. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such, this is important, and such were some of you, but ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified in the name of the Lord Jesus and by the Spirit of our God. And such were some of you. So everybody sinned. We've all sinned and fallen short, and the wages of sin is death. But Jesus pays that debt for us, giving us eternal life through his sacrifice. That's why we have faith in him. He's our perfect example of a man, and we can do greater things than him if God is living through us. We can be Christ-like. We can't be God-like. We can't make God to be like man, and there's certain of God's ways that we're never going to comprehend, but we can be Christ-like. We're commanded to be perfect as the Father is perfect through Christ. Christ makes us righteous. Christ makes us perfect. Don't ever say no man is perfect. That's a setup. I say it sometimes too because I've been so conditioned by the world and by the church to say no man is perfect, no man is perfect. That's a setup. You can be perfect. Don't doubt. Don't have fear. Don't have worry. Be slow to anger. Forgive. All these things, and you can be made perfect. You can. Why would you say no man is perfect? You should strive to be perfect, and you can be. And I'm being made perfect every day through Christ. So anybody can do it. If I can do it, anybody can do it. Trust me. Let's keep going into Corinthians chapter 6. And this is talking about marriage. But he that is joined unto the Lord is one spirit. Flee fornication. Every sin that man doeth is without the body. But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. What know ye not, that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own. You are not your own. Your body is God's. So you can't fornicate. I'm sorry, that's not the marriage part. But in chapter 7, verse 2, nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife. So it says, now concerning the things whereof ye wrote to me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. So if anybody ever tells you, oh, you're celibate, what do you know about women? You're not married, what do you know about women? They do those appeals to authority. Jesus was single. The disciples were single. There's nothing wrong with being single, and that doesn't mean that you can't know right from wrong when it comes to marriages and relationships. So, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Let the husband, and this goes back to the thing with the Andrew Tate BBC interview where they were talking about the man owning his wife's body. If she does OnlyFans, he has to pay her a majority of the money because he owns her body. So here we go. If they're going to ban Tate, then they better ban the Bible too. Let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife have not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise also the husband hath not power over his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one another. And this is talking about sex. So there's even rules for married couples, biblically. There's even rules for married couples in fornication and sex. The marriage bed is not defiled, but does that mean that married couples can do whatever nasty sodomy and fornication acts that they want all the time and just having sess everywhere, all over the place, all the time. No, that could still be considered fornication. Everything in moderation. All the greatest of life's pleasures can usually be downfalls. And if you are addicted to them and you fall prey to them and you're not doing what you need to do in your life, you're not seeking God because you're having sex all the time, that's bad too, even if you're married. Defraud ye not one another, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourself to fasting and prayer and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency. So what that verse means, that verse is important. It sounds confusing. I have an ESV Bible, but I'm just going to explain it to you. Defraud ye not one another, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourself to fasting and prayer and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency. What they're saying is, when you have sex, when you sleep with your wife, you need to fast from that just like you fast from food. So you do it occasionally, you do it for a time, and it's with consent, and you talk to each other. All the people who talk to me about marital rape will probably love this one because it does say you should have consent from your wife. But also, your wife gave consent the second she married you. She doesn't control her body and you don't control your body. So, and you both have to be benevolent to each other. So there is no marital rape. The consent is the marriage, right? That's why you defraud them not. That ye may give yourself to fasting and prayer. So what it's saying is you can fall victim to the addiction to sex, just like the LGBTQ people can. Straight people can fall victim to this in a marriage, and this can lead to trouble in the marriage. It can lead to, people say you need to have a healthy marriage, you have to have a lot of good sex. People will say that, or maybe that's true, but you also need to be able to refrain from it. You need to be able to fast from it, and you need to focus on prayer together as a husband and wife, and this way you do not you come together again, and Satan cannot tempt you for your incontinency, because if you're incontinent, you can't control yourself. You can't control yourself, and you become addicted to having sex all the time. Satan can take over your mind. That's a crack in your armor, and Satan can get in. So this is about, we're even talking to the straight people for LGBTQ month, because it's all about sex, right? That's what this month is all about. Pride month is all about sex. So there's that. There's some little Corinthians for you. And we have more verses. Let me see what chat's saying. Let me read some articles. Nah, my wife wasn't giving me the goods. I find a new one real quick. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And the consent is given when you're married. When you're married, you're given the consent. All right, let's open this. I got there's tons of articles, guys. There's tons of verses about this. We're going to finish with Romans, because Romans, I think, is probably the most powerful example of this, of the old law being reiterated in the new law. I also want to go to Jude. Did I read Jude 5? And with Romans, New Testament. Jude 1, 5 through 8 is just the reiteration of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. I was supposed to read this after the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. This is Jude 1, 5 through 8. And this is just, because people will say, well, that's the Old Testament. That doesn't count anymore. Sodom and Gomorrah, who cares? That's in the Old Testament. No, it's also in the New Testament, in Jude. Jude 1, 5 through 8. I will therefore put you in remembrance, though ye once knew this, how that the Lord helped saving the people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroying them that believed not. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. Those are the angels that left with Satan. They have dominion over the earth now. Verse 7, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities and them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. Suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. Likewise, also these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despite dominion, and speak evil of dignities. So that's just Jude refreshing our memory, making sure that we remember Sodom and Gomorrah happened. Remember it. It can happen again. That was not a flood. That was a pillar of fire. That was fire and brimstone. So it can happen again. It can happen again. It will happen again. And we see cities burning as it is. So it's already happening. You have too many kids. Ah, busted. What up, B-Wise? We're talking about weird sess stuff. But a marriage bed is not defiled. A marriage is beautiful. And I don't want to, just don't be addicted to everything in moderation. You can be addicted to stuff, but a righteous marriage isn't going to have that problem. The thought of marital rape is never going to cross their mind. It's not a thing in a real marriage. It's only a thing in fake marriages, paper marriages, government marriages, not biblical marriages, not righteous marriages. Anyway, before we go to Romans, I do have one other weird verse, and this was just something interesting that I found. We're going to go to 1 Kings 15:12. Oh, yeah. And this is where, so when I was saying earlier about the PDF file things, the Bible does talk about PDF files. It does talk about PDF files, and it is a thing. Now, again, I will say, I think they started making children younger back then, but there was still an age that was considered degenerate and wrong. So we're going to go to 1 Kings. We're going to go to 1 Kings 15:12. Do I not have it marked? I think my bookmark fell out. It's okay. I can find it pretty quick. 1 Kings 15:12. And then we're going to look at an article. 1 Kings 15:12. Is this right? 1 Kings 15:12. What are male shrine prostitutes? Okay. 1 Kings 15:12. This is Abijam's wicked reign. This is when King Abijam was in charge. And Kings is all about the different kings throughout time. 1 Kings 15:12. And he took away, let's read 11 first. And Asa did that which was right in the eyes of the Lord, as did David, his father. So this is King Asa after King Abijam's wicked reign. And he took away the Sodomites out of the land and removed all the idols that his fathers had made. And also Macham, his mother, and even her he removed from being queen because she had made an idol in a grove. And Asa destroyed her idol and burned it by the brook of Kidron. So verse 12 is the important verse there. In other translations, 1 Kings 15:12 says he expelled the male shrine prostitutes from the land and got rid of all the idols his ancestors had made. So this is King King Asa after King Abijam. If you notice throughout kings, there's always one evil king and one good king. One evil king, one good king. One evil king, one good king. And so King Asa came in after King Abijam and got rid of all the Sodomites. So we see the word here in the Bible, the Sodomites, the unnatural sex people, the bestiality, the incest, the PDF files. But in some translations, this is translated to he expelled the male shrine prostitutes. So when I read that, I said, what are male shrine prostitutes? So I Googled it. The Inca sometimes dedicated young boys as temple prostitutes. The boys were dressed in girls' clothing, and the chiefs and head men would have ritual sexual intercourse with them during religious ceremonies and holy days. These are male shrine prostitutes. They were paid to perform sexual intercourse during religious rites. Shrine prostitutes were both males and females. So they were young boys and girls. Sometimes the boys in the Incan tradition, they were dressed up in girls' clothing. So we had cross-dressing all the way in degeneracy all the way back to the Incan times. The male shrine prostitutes were young boys who were dressed up as girls, and then they were paid to have sex as a religious ceremony. And the Bible talks about how King Asa, the good king who came after the wicked King Abijam, got rid of them. So obviously this implies that prostitution, no bueno. Prostitution, no bueno. Young children, sess, no bueno. Cross-dressing, no bueno. All in that one short verse. All in that one short verse. 1 Kings 15:12. He expelled the male shrine prostitutes from the land and got rid of all the idols his ancestors had made. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff. The male shrine prostitutes. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. I didn't mean to close that. I already talked about the rainbow in the Bible. I need to open that tab back up, though. There's a lot of verses, guys. What did I not read yet? Mark 10:9. I already read that. God made them male and female. Let's just find some other ones that we might not have hit on yet. 1 Timothy 1:8-11. We know that the law is good if one uses it properly. We also know that the law is made not for the righteous, but for lawbreakers. This is cool. We also know the law is made not for the righteous, but for lawbreakers. Laws are not made for people who follow laws. Laws are made for lawbreakers and rebels and ungodly and sinful and holy and irreligious, for those who kill their fathers or mothers, for murderers, for the sexually immoral, for those practicing homosexuality, for slave traders, Now, this is interesting too, off topic completely, but in the King James Version, the word that they use instead of slave traders is men stealers. And this is my point, that slavery biblically is neither moral nor immoral. But what is immoral is the men stealers or the slave traders, the people who conquer and capture men and steal men from their villages and then sell them. That's wrong. But the slave owner, if he came to own his slave, if it's normal in society and they're selling slaves, the slave traders were the Arabs. The slave traders were African tribal men. This is totally off topic. We're getting into slavery now, but it is in this verse because it's saying that the slave traders or the men stealers. I think a better translation here is men stealers. If you're stealing men and selling them as property, that's wrong. But if you're a slaver, be the best slaver you can be. And if you're a slave, be the best slave you can be. And we're all slaves to good or evil. You're either a slave to God or you're a slave to sin. So slavery is neither moral nor immoral on its face value, but to sell men, to capture men and sell them into slavery, that's wrong. That's wrong. And this is what a lot of people like Freddie wouldn't understand in the debate where he says Christians support slavery. No, we don't support men stealing. We don't support kidnapping men and selling them as property. And also Christians abolish slavery. But if there is slavery, some forms of slavery, what about wage slaves? If you're paying taxes, you're a slave. Slavery on face value with just that word is neither moral nor immoral, right? In some situations, it could be immoral. In some situations, it could be moral. Like with Booker T. Washington, he went back to his slave owners because he loved them, and they helped make him into a great man. He came out better because of slavery. So in that situation, it was a good thing. It was moral. His slave owners weren't the one who captured him. They weren't the men stealers. And they actually freed him. So anyway, off topic, totally off topic. This isn't a slavery discussion, but I thought Freddie might like that. For the sexually immoral, for those practicing homosexuality, for slave traders and liars and perjurers, and for whatever else is contrary to sound doctrine that conforms to the gospel concerning the glory of the blessed God, which he entrusted to me. That's 1 Timothy 1:8-11. Hebrews 13, 1-5. Keep on loving one another as brothers and sisters. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers. One of my favorite verses. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Continue to remember those in prison as if you were together with them in prison, and those who are mistreated as if you yourself were suffering. Marriage should be honored by all, and the marriage bed kept pure. For God will judge the adulterer and all the sexually immoral. Keep your lives free from the love of money and be content with what you have, because God has said, never will I leave you, never will I forsake you. Again, we're going to we'll read John 1:8, 7 through 11, just a little John, and then we're going to finish on Romans. We're almost done. When they kept on questioning him, he straightened up and said to them, let any of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone. This is when Jesus saved Mary, the prostitute, from being killed. So this shows the love of Christianity, and that you don't have to accept someone, but nobody's better than anybody else. We can't unrighteously judge and say, oh, you're walking in a parade, you're going to burn in hell. Well, God decides that, and based off the scripture, based off the gospel, if they do continue in that lifestyle, they will burn in hell. But we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and they might come to Christ. They might find God, and they might be saved tomorrow. So you can't tell somebody you're going to burn in hell. You're playing God when you say that. You have to love them as your brother or as your sister, even though they aren't your brother or sister yet, but they may be. They may come to be. They may be brought to God. So, but you still can share with them the truth. You can still tell them. You can still warn them. How will they know if a preacher doesn't preach to them? How will they know if a preacher isn't sent? How are they going to know? We need to trumpet it from the rooftops. Sometimes we need to speak with people with supplication and feeling and quiet, and sit with them and be caring and comforting to them, and try to sympathize with, not really sympathize with them, but we need to be there for them and show them a gentler love. Sometimes we need to trumpet it from the roof, the wrath of God. God's coming, and if you do not repent, you will burn in hell. I'm not saying you're gonna burn in hell. I'm saying if you don't repent, God says you will burn in hell. And that puts the fear of God in them. And some people will take to the one, and some people will take to the other. But how will they know unless a preacher is sent? How will they hear? I think it says, how will they hear unless I don't know the exact verse, but that's in the Bible. How will they know unless they hear? How will they hear unless the preacher is sent? Something like that. So that's what we have to do. We have to reach out to them and show them love. And sometimes love is tough. Sometimes agape is tough love. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes they don't like it. There's going to be some preacher who will be gentle with you. That's not me. I'm not gentle like that. Well done, Josh. Hope to see you all in heaven, although I have some repenting to do. Sheesh. You be all right, Rob. You be all right, my boy. So this is Jesus when he's saving her. Let any who is without sin be the first to throw a stone. Again, he stooped down and wrote on the ground. At this, those who heard began to go away one at a time, the older ones first, until only Jesus was left with the woman still standing there. Jesus straightened up and asked her, "Woman, where are they? Has no one condemned you?" "No, sir," she said. "Then neither do I condemn you," Jesus declared. And this is the important part. Go now and leave your life of sin. Go and sin no more. So Jesus didn't accept her ways. He didn't say, "Oh, you're fine. Keep being a prostitute. I just saved you from getting stoned to death by these degenerates. You're degenerate too. I'm not going to accept you the way you are. Go and sin no more. Stop it." That's what he said to her. He said, cut it out. Learn your lesson. I just saved you. I just showed you mercy. Now learn from it. Grow and better yourself. Seek God in his right way. And also when Jesus wrote on the ground there, it said that what he wrote, it's actually argued, and I kind of believe this, that Jesus was illiterate. He didn't know how to read. We never have any writings from Jesus. We never see Jesus reading. He just knew the scripture. It helps. It strengthens the argument that the word is written in our heart. If you understand that Jesus didn't know how to read. Jesus didn't write. Jesus didn't read. He didn't have time for that. All he had time for was to love God and follow God and do his will. And so he didn't even learn to read. So when he wrote on the ground, Scholars and stuff say what he was writing was a half crescent. And that half crescent, if you've ever seen the bumper sticker of the Jesus fish or the evolution bumper sticker, which has the fish with legs on it, which is a satanic thing, if you ever see that bumper sticker. But the half crescent, if you do the other crescent, it makes the fish symbol. And that was an old Greek or Roman symbol amongst Christians because they were being persecuted. So it was a secret message. If you were going through an area and you were a Christian, you were a follower of Christ, you knew who Christ was while he was living, you would put this symbol on the ground. You put a half crescent on the ground. And then if another Christian came along and saw that, they would do the other half crescent, which would make the fish symbol, which is why Jesus talks about, I will make you fishers of men. They were all fishermen. And he says, I'll make you fishers of men. So the fish symbol, the two crescents, was a sign used in secret by persecuted Christians. They would do this symbol on the ground. And then when you do your half symbol, you keep walking, you go along, go throughout the city. And then when you're coming back, you see that's finished. You say, oh, I got allies here. I got some allies somewhere in the city. And you'll know them by their fruit. So you could find your allies in the city. But yeah, that's just about more sexual immorality. Prostitution falls into the same category. There's lots more book stuff. Mark 10:6-9, Galatians 5:14, for the entire law is fulfilled, keeping this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. If you love your neighbor as yourself, you would not screw your neighbor. Basically, if I love my neighbor as myself, my goal is not to F my neighbor. My goal is not to screw my neighbor. Sex is not love. Sex is an action for a married husband and wife to procreate and be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Okay? Sex is not something degenerate that you do. That's not love. If you love your neighbor, you don't screw your neighbor. Okay? We got Jew. We already read that. We got Mark 10:6-9. I already read that. That's God made them male and female. 1 Corinthians 7:2, but since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife and each woman with his own husband. I already read that. I read all those. So lots of verses throughout the Bible. We're going to finish this segment. Uh-oh. Hold up. My mic stand just pooped out on me, dude. The heck? What the heck? Hold on. The mic just messed up. The mic boomed. Uh-oh. Man, we're having technical difficulties, mechanical difficulties. Ow. Pinch zone. What up? Crap. I'm going to need a new mic boom. Ah. What the heck? I guess I gotta hold it. All right. That's pretty much the end of the segment, guys. We're gonna read one more kind of a big chunk. Thank you guys for watching. It's not quite over yet, but close. We're gonna go to Romans from Paul. Oh, I see what happened. I don't see what happened. What the heck? Your mic just fainted from all the weird sess talk. I know. All right, let's finish this with Romans. Paul, the boy Paul. If you're anti-Paul, if you ever hear somebody talking about Pauline, that's Paulinism. Those are soft Christians. Those are Christians who don't want to hear about the struggle. They only want to hear the nice, happy stuff. They want to say, Christ loves everybody. We can do whatever we want. That's why they try to write off Paul like a deceiver. That's Satan talking. So Paul's one of the goats, dude. Let's look at Romans 2:18-32. And let's get into it. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because that, when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were they thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image made like to corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. They called us animals. They called us animals. They made God to be like a man, which is what the Mormons do when they say he was a man and he had sex with his spirit wife to make Jesus. Whenever you hear God being made to be like man, you know that you're listening to a cult. And when you hear fools, sorry about this one, Stubborn One. Me and Stubborn One probably have a disagreement here, but when you hear fools call man to be animals, we are not animals. We are made in the image of God. We eat animals. I'm not a dog. Look at Echo. He's dumb as a box of rocks. I ain't no animal. I didn't come from no monkey. Nope. I'm made in the image of God. Became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image made like to the corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. Wherever God also gave them up to uncleanliness through their lusts of their own heart, and dishonoring their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up to vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. This is when women doing weird sexual things like prostitution to control men, which is against nature. And likewise unto the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another. Men gave up on women, and they burned with their lust towards one another man. Men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. That could be like it's funny because he's talking about men receiving men into themselves and recompense that which is meat. But it's MEET, and in probably other translations it probably makes more sense. But it sounds really, you taking another man's meat, receiving another man's meat. Ew. Yeah, that's ew. Don't do that. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Again, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. In other translations there, it says not only do they do wicked things, but they accept wickedness in others. They call good evil and evil good, which is a sign of the end times. That's in Revelation when they call good to be like evil and evil to be like good, when they call God to be like man and man to be like creatures. These are all signs of the end time. So that's my Bible thump. That's my Pride Month Bible thump, guys. I think for the rest of Pride Month, we're probably going to try to keep away from the whole Pride stuff. We're going to try to just ignore it for the rest of the month. But for the beginning of Pride Month, I wanted to go ham. I wanted to give them the fivefold ministry. I wanted to thump them over the head with the Bible. So if you ever see a man on the street interview, you ever see a debate, you ever see a street preacher, and at these festivals and these parades, and you see all these degenerates coming up to them and saying, Jesus loved gay people. The Bible doesn't say anything about homosexuality. The Bible doesn't say anything about transgenderism and sexual immorality. The Bible doesn't say anything about pedophilia. The Bible doesn't say anything about bestiality and incest. Yes, it does. Yes, it does quite a bit. As I've just shown, lots and lots of verses. All these little tabs are all these different verses. Pride Month confetti going everywhere with my Bible bookmarks. And that's it, guys. That's all I got to say about that. I know it's kind of probably messed up that I'm wearing a half naked. In Leviticus, the verses that I read before the ones that I read talks all about do not look on your mother's nakedness, do not look on your sister's nakedness, do not look on the married woman's nakedness, do not all these things. But I just wanted to have some heteronormativity on the show today. You know, we got to be misogynistic. The Bible is a misogynistic book. It's a woman-hating book. That's what they'll tell you. That's a lie from Satan. But dang, man, my mic stand is jacked, bud. Oh, man. I need a new mic stand. Look at this. It's a limp noodle. Dang limp noodle mic stand. But hey, we jumped up in viewers during that Pride Month Bible Thump, so I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you for watching. We do have one song left to play. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. I think that's a good time. Anybody in chat got anything you want me to talk about? Anything like that? Me and Stubborn One were having a conversation before I go about, because I think this is interesting. I hear a lot of Christians say this. I hear a lot of Christians say Satan has to tell you when he's deceiving you, or Satan. You ever hear that where they say, "Oh, the demons and Satan, they have to tell us what they're doing," and biblically, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Satan is the deceiver. He comes to lie, steal, and murder and kill. Well, murder, kill, whatever. You know what I'm saying. But one of those things is lie. So there's nothing in the Bible that says that Satan has to be honest with you. From what I know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If there is something, it'd be interesting to read it. But you'll hear a lot of Christians say Satan has to be upfront with you and tell you what he'll do, but he'll twist the truth to make you fall for it. And I don't know if that's true about Satan, but that does seem true of the world, which Satan has dominion over the world. Because what me and Stubborn One were talking about is how, like, he said he had a great analogy that was pretty cool. It was like, and maybe this is the case with media and with the government. The media and the government have to slip the truth in there somewhere for plausible deniability. Is that the word? Or culpability? I don't know if culpability is the right word, but plausible deniability kind of thing. And basically the analogy Stubborn One gave was, if you sell an apple with poison in it to somebody unsuspecting, and they have no idea there's poison in it, and they die, you just commit murder. You just poison somebody unknowingly and you commit murder. But if you sell an apple with poison in it, and somewhere in the fine print you say that there's poison in the apple, and then the person eats the apple and dies, well, they just commit suicide. You have plausible deniability, because you could say, well, I mean, it's in the fine print. Like, all you have to do is read this 5,000 page instruction booklet before you eat the apple, and you'll see that here on page 3,963, in this really small fine print section, it's tiny print. You need a magnifying glass to read it, but it says, also, by the way, the apple is poison and you will die when you eat it. So it's in the fine print. We put it there. Is that called culpability? Is that the right word there? I don't know. I don't even know what that word means. It just sounds right. But so it does make sense. So when I don't totally disagree when I hear people say that, Satan, the demons have to tell us what they're doing. I don't like 100% disagree with that, but I do kind of disagree with it. Maybe we should say the media has to tell us when it's deceiving us. Maybe we should say the government has to tell us when it's setting us up for failure. But they'll try to sneak it in there, and they'll try to slide it in there. And maybe these organizations are being influenced by Satan, but Satan doesn't have to tell you when he's lying to you. Satan will straight up lie to your face. Satan will straight up deceive you. He doesn't have to play no games. Satan ain't got time to play no game. Oh, I gotta trick him. He is a trickster. He is a deceiver. But Satan will straight out lie to you. So he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to slip the truth in there. In fact, I'd argue there is no truth in Satan. Nah, maybe I wouldn't argue that because sometimes, actually, JLP was talking about this one day, and he had a caller, and he said, because JLP said there is no truth in Satan, and the caller said, well, I kind of disagree with that because Satan will use the truth. He'll give you 80% of the truth. It's kind of like what Freddie does. Every now and then Freddie will come in with a fact. And I'll be like, that seems weird. I never heard that before. And I'll look into it. Turns out it is true what he's saying. But he'll give you like 60 to 80% of truth. But then he'll change 20% of it, which totally changes the entire message. So Satan will do that. Satan can use the truth, but then he can twist the truth. But if you twist the truth, is it really true? I don't think so. It's now a lie. So it's kind of an interesting theological, philosophical question. If Satan is the great deceiver, is there truth in Satan? If Satan is using the truth to deceive you and he's changing things about it, is it still true? You just misunderstood it. Or does it become false? It's just an interesting question I've thought about. And that conversation was interesting. Does Satan, what do you guys, let me know in chat. What do you think? You think Satan can, does Satan have to give you a little bit of the truth? Or can he just, I think Satan can just flat out lie to you. Wickedness, evil. They also use sarcasm and mockery and to tell us as well. Yeah. Yeah. Or they'll call something a conspiracy theory when if you do a little bit of research, you find out that the term conspiracy theory was used to discredit people who were questioning the John F. Kennedy assassination. And then years later, come to find out, CIA unseals documents that say what we were told about the Kennedy assassination wasn't true. There was some deception in there, and that wasn't true. So basically what they just told us is that if we call you a conspiracy theorist, that means you're probably right in 10 years. Basically. So they use mockery. They'll use these words to mock you, but come to find out, these words are actually a good thing. It's just interesting. It's there. He has no cover. Facts. They also use sarcasm. I read that. Yes, the devil can't hide. Yeah, see, so Robbie's heard that before. The devil can't hide. I don't think I agree with that. I think the devil can straight up lie to your face. The devil can deceive you. He can use the truth and twist it, but also he doesn't have to be honest with you. You know? He doesn't have to slip the truth. He could just straight up deceive you. He's the deceiver. He's the author of confusion. I don't know. It's just an interesting little theological thought experiment there. Everyone just told me about the origin of conspiracy theory. Yeah. Yeah, it basically means you're going to be right in 5 years. The CIA just hasn't unveiled the documents yet. Conspiracy theory is a term that means truth teller before his time. Basically. I got my tinfoil hat right over there. Keeping my brain from detrimental. A tinfoil hat can be removed, but spike proteins are forever. Right. Ain't no getting rid. Lord Spike Protein. I never thought about that. Is that where he got his name from? What the? Yeah, man. Once you got that mRNA, you ain't gonna demutate. They don't got a demutation serum. You gone. You gone. I'm out, brother and friends. Later, Robbie. We're going to play this song to play us out. Have a good night, Robbie. Thank you guys for watching. It's the Dreaded Conservative Show. Monday night, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place.
That way down.
Happy people here. Everybody's happy. Guys, we'll be back next week. As usual.
I don't know when everything went so woke. Why is there a feminist in every TV show? I can't watch a movie without seeing rainbows. I can't find a male music artist not wearing girl clothes.
What about Lil Nas X?
I can read your mind.
Lil
I
Uzi
should
Vert.
be been on everything.
Lil Uzi Vert is a
I'm
woman
a
now.
hateful bigot and everything I say is so mean. I should believe all women because every girl is a queen. Tell me something I don't know. Cause why are y'all so predictable? Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy.
They want me unhappy.
Just maybe I'm not the one that's crazy. Maybe it's all y'all that think man can't have babies. Now you hate
Later, man. Godson. Have a good night, Robbie. BY1.
I wouldn't wear a dress even if a label paid me.
More Spike Protein, Frederica,
I can read your mind. I should be been on
everything. Thank you guys for watching. God bless. Have a great night.
Everything I say is so mean.
I don't know what we'll be talking about. We'll be doing some Zelda streams throughout the week. Catch some Zelda streams. Watching debates. We got a Trinity debate coming up, which I'm gonna watch.
Why are y'all so sad and miserable?
Rice and Gray.
I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy.
Hit the like button on your way out. Tell a friend.
But I'm like, why are y'all so predictable? Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy.
Birthday cake.
Beta. But I'm like, why are y'all so predictable? Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy.
Hey, guys, we'll be back. Same time, same place, Monday night, kicking the week off right. 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 7 p.m. Central Time, 4 p.m. in the Atlantic Ocean. Or no, 9 p.m. in the Atlantic Ocean. Because the world is round. We got time zones. Hey.
I think you're mad because I'm happy.
We'll back off the Pride Month stuff next week. Maybe no weird sess stuff next week if we can avoid it. Who knows? I doubt it's going to happen.
I can read your mind. I should be been on everything. I'm a hateful bigot and everything I say is so mean. I should believe all women because every girl is a queen. Tell me something I don't know.
Hey. Shout out Bryce and Gray. Yeah. Guys, we'll be watching. It starts at 6, so we won't be able to watch it live because I'll probably be working. But we will be doing some Zelda gaming streams this week.
If you're having a hard time staying asleep.
Of course. Playing some more TOTK. There's a Trinity debate with Bryson and Young Don against a bunch of other guys. And we'll watch that. We'll react to that while we play some TOTK. And other debates and other cool stuff throughout the week. So check out the gaming streams. Come by. Call in on Discord if you want. Chat with me about whatever you want to talk to me about during the gaming streams. Saturday, UFC pay-per-view coming up. If I'm not working, we'll be streaming during that. There's a big UFC pay-per-view coming up this Saturday. And, of course, next Monday, same time, same place. I'll see you there. But for now, hit the like button. We out, guys. Peace. God bless. Happy Pride Month. Pride Month Bible Thump.